Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, April the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick couple of yeses if you can hear me and see my screen, please? Excellent. Thank you very much. Usually William is here early telling me he can see my screen, but he must not be here right now. All right, guys. First of all, I'm waiting for Zach to show up. He made just a nice little call right kind of near the end of the day talking about that OCGN. And so I plunged into it. Not Zach. Zach is not a stock. He should be. Just a second. OCGN. So if you're in the room late in the afternoon, you know, he was talking about this OCGN and he was suggesting that this could have a gap up the next day. Anyway, bottom line is I ended up taking this right around 762. I sold some. This is after hours now, right here. I sold some my line is gone. It was right around 960. Actually, it was 969. And I just sold out this morning. Okay, I was watching this, hoping maybe it would have another little pump. But look where it got to. If you look in the pre-market, it got to 1052. And look at these highs right over here, 1080 and 1065. So that kind of stalled it for a while anyway. So I'm all out of the OCGN, but that was a really nice one late in the day coming from Zach. I'm waiting for him to show up to give him the big kudos. And on the flip side of that, because OCGN, if you're unfamiliar, American company working with an Indian company, vaccine play. If you guys remember when all this unfortunate stuff happened with the pandemic, I know was one of the early ones to receive some funding from the U.S. government. Anyway, it's been yanked, and there it is. So it has been yanked, and look at this collapse now for INO. And the reason I say that, I believe INO has something to do with something to do with that with another pharmaceutical company out of India. So guys, we're back to this. When I say this, yesterday my gap ups were, I wouldn't say, full, but certainly a lot more, and even the gap down. So we're back down to this, hardly any action in the pre-market with the gappers. And the SPY, after yesterday's big shock, right here. So the SPY is kind of holding right now. So let's see what else is happening. NKLA was up. Let's see. Yeah, it's still kind of holding. Actually, it's not holding. It was up to 1259. So I had a big day yesterday. SYPR. Again, for me, it's really slim pickings in this pre-market. SYPR. So what did it do? After hours, it got up to 452. It's a low float, 11 million in the float. Some kind of a contract, Deep Space Centers. Okay, so that is the news. That was the news after hours yesterday for SYPR. Skechers, SKX is an earnings play. So it's having a great day so far, up 11%. Big, look at this. Excuse me. Maybe it's on an all-time high. It might be. Let me just back it out on the monthly chart and just take a quick look. So I guess this is the all-time high. This is back in 2015. So really, there's no. I'm sorry, right here. Yeah. So still 2015. So there's really no resistance. We're having to go back 6 years. So excuse me. So SKX. QDEL, now it's a more expensive one, but big gap down. Is it holding the gap down? Yeah, it's holding still. Gap down. So they announced earnings on the 12th, but they've basically done some preliminary guidance on it and warning that it's not going to be good. So that is QDEL, QDEL, gapping down on preliminary guidance. SGLB, a little one, is an earnings play. And released earnings after hours. That's that mauve area right here on the chart. So they released after hours yesterday. Gapped up to $4, a little over 4. It's pulled back a little bit. I don't know what to expect. It's a very low float, 10 million in the float. And Snap, just as it was ready to enter the room, Snap gapping up on earnings. So they released earnings after hours, so there is the reaction, and you know it's holding. I mean, look at this. So there's the after hours reaction to Snap releasing earnings, and here's pre-market right here, and it's holding. So if you look left, for those of you who like to play, slightly more expensive stocks, what are we at now? We're 60.50. So the high yesterday was 59.09. So it's above that high. 59.91. It's above that high. And 60.63. So it's almost at that high. If it takes this out, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to run to that 64 level. For those of you who like playing Snap, okay? So just again, 4 days ago, the high was 60.63, and it's almost at that level right now. Well, we just talked about Snap. Somebody asked about what earnings plays right now. The only ones I see right now are Snap and that have any volume. Snap and SKX and SGLB right now. Once the market opens, I'll have my earnings plays, and there will be a lot more, of course. All right, guys, it's 9:13, so I will just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Where's that Zach? I want to congratulate him. All right, let's take a look. We have a few upgrades, not as many downgrades, so let's get a few of them in. Again, this is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. IMAX getting an upgrade. I see Skechers has an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. This is an earnings play. I didn't mention Slab. Slab is up a lot also. SLAB. I think it's an earnings play. SLAB. American Airlines getting an earnings, sorry, not an earnings play, an upgrade. American Airlines getting an upgrade. Hello, Real. Wow, Real's in the room early today. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, Joe, I don't give advice like that. I'm sorry, okay? I really don't. I can't. I'm not going to, with Snap, I mean, you just have to wait for the market to open, first of all, to see, it's still above. I would probably want to wait to 60.63 though to take out that high of 3 days ago. But I'm not giving advice like that. I'm not going to say so. Take the trade at 60.63. I'm just pointing out the fact that 4 days ago, the high for Snap was 60.63. It's right there now. It's an earnings play, so it has a chance to start filling in this gap until 64. That's all I can say. What happens once the market opens, remains to be seen. Well, it may be a horrible app to you, but right now it's popped up on earnings, okay? So all right, so it is still moving here, guys. So it is really moving. So it has taken out that high of 4 days ago. I'm talking with Snap. So Skechers SKX, probably the, well, I don't know. I don't know the other earnings plays today, but certainly, brand awareness. Most people know Skechers, so it'll be active. Had the big earnings pop after hours yesterday. And now it's not an all-time high, but I think I went back to 2015. So I don't really think that is any problem about resistance. Well, it's still surging. Well, surging. It's still moving higher. Again, this is not a recommendation. Everybody understands. I'm talking about Snap because it's an earnings play. Another one, obviously, with a lot of brand recognition. You want to trade it, it's up to you. But I'm just pointing out that area right there at 60.63 that is taken out. So, again, I'm not saying to take the trade now because it's going to get up to 64. But my bias is still short. I don't mean short Snap. I just in general. Let's take a look at the SPY, what it's doing right now. So SPY is basically flat right now. I'm surprised. Well, the only one that's active in the pre-market is the gap up. Okay, that's the only one that's active. So it might be that one. I thought I got rid of all the sound alerts, but this is the one. Is it speaking to you, like saying snap? So it's the gap up. So all you have to do is properties, actions, and uncheck it. This will stop once the market opens. Okay, this will stop. I only look at this in the pre-market. So, it's only got another 9 minutes. I must have forgotten to take the sound alert off that one and the gap down. Intel is also an earnings play, guys. Well, Intel. INTC is another earnings play, post-market, released after hours yesterday. Not great. Look at this. I mean, this is I don't trade Intel typically, but well, Snap is moving, guys. Whether you think it's a bad looking chart or not, this is really moving. Yeah, trade what you see. I mean, I have no bias when it comes to a company the day of. I mean, somebody can tell me, I'm not talking Snap, specifically, but, somebody can say to me, well, that's a terrible company, this and that. I don't really give a rip. If it's moving today, it's that's all I care about. It's funny when I talk to people who kind of have an idea about what I do. And I say, oh, I traded this. How can you have traded that? That's terrible. There's this and that going on with that company. I say, I don't care. Today, it had its day. Just give me a moment here, please, guys. Just shutting something down. There we go. Now this I know is not, it is shortable now. Interesting. Not that I want to short it right now. Yeah, 19,000 shares available now at Interactive Brokers. So they obviously got all snapped up. Pardon the pun. They all got snapped up. Now there's some short covering taking place at Interactive Brokers anyway. Well, Snap is accelerating higher here, guys. I mean, there's a big area. Listen, if it got up close to that 64 area, that would be awesome, I think, for a potential short if it could get up that high. I have my doubts it's going to get up there, but hey, you have to watch it because look at all the resistance in that area for Snap. All right, now here's another one, guys, that I'm just noticing now. I don't think this is an IPO. I might be wrong. I don't think it's an IPO, but again, I may be wrong. When I say not, obviously not an IPO today, but a few weeks ago, maybe it was ZH. I mean, that's I don't know if there's a symbol name change. Maybe it was an IPO, but anyway, ZH. Keep an eye on this one. It's a low float. Whoops, it's a low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 110 million in the float. I did notice this one, the CHPT, which, yesterday, was a kind of a crazy day. We had a lot of the EV plays popping right at the beginning of the day. And then a lot of them faded, with the market. So there is CHPT. It's trying to move up a little bit here, up 4%, CHPT. All right, guys, I'm going to minimize these two windows here, get set for the open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. All right, well, Skechers is on the move here. Again, earnings play. So a couple of name brand earnings plays. When I say name brand, awareness, Skechers certainly, SKX, and Snap. And Intel, obviously Intel, INTC, on the way down. Well, no thoughts on anything until the market opens. Okay, NKLA is up, but got to wait for the market to open. I have no thoughts in terms if you're asking me, well, what do I think about the company, or, I don't look at it that way. So I'm not, when you ask me any thoughts about it, I'm not sure what you mean. The high yesterday was up here at 1283. I suppose if I can take out yesterday's high, it's got some room. There's, a lot of chatter now about it. All right, the market is going to open in less than 1 minute, so let's have a great end to this trading week. And what's going to happen today? That was an amazing day, cruising along. There's a SPY moving higher and higher and higher, and then potential tax plan comes in. And I'm really going to be watching my gap continuation in reverse, okay? That's probably my #1 scan right now. It gives a few alerts, of course, all day long. And we are now open. I'm just waiting for Zach to show up. Well, it's an earnings play. SYPR is an earnings play. So when you ask, am I watching it? I'm aware of it. How's that? Popped up after hours. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is a contract, deep space contract. So it did pop up after hours yesterday to 450, but it's pulled right back. I should have got out of this. I had this one in the simulator. Should have got out of this obviously earlier. I was up $590. I wasn't paying attention. This was in the simulator, OCGN. I'm going to go over all of that once in about 45 minutes or so. Again, things are usually pretty whippy in the first 15 minutes. That's why I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. A lot of volume, a lot of volume. So this is going to be super active all day, of course. SYPR, only 11 million in the float, and 8 million have traded already. 136 times normal. That relative volume number it can be very skewed at the very beginning of the day. Yeah, Scott, you're going to have to go through every alert window, okay, and open, okay? I have no idea what's making a constant bell sound. Okay, you have to look at an alert window, right-click on it, and go to Properties. When you click on Actions, you'll see what the sound alert is, okay? There's no other easy way to do it. If you want to turn off all your alerts, this is a toggle between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. That is a sound toggle in which you can turn them all off. But otherwise, you have to look at each individual alert window. Look at Sandex, guys. SNDX. This is trying to come back. I mean, the high a couple of days ago was 1504. And again, it got knocked down on, the news. It's knocked down 3 days ago on the news, but it is trying to come back. Look at this. So it's above 2 days ago's high, SNDX. Again, will that hold? I don't know. Okay, let's do a quick look at the spiders. Okay, see what's hot. So, where are my index? Okay, that's one thing. Okay, guys, I'm on a test server, and that's why I guess this is not displaying on the test server. Yeah, so I can't really tell up here. Anyway, virtually all the indices are positive except for this one, OIH, and consumer staples. Everything else is green, or well, blue, but green. Okay, so on the test server, I don't get the indices. Okay. I want a test server because I am testing something. Yeah, you're right. Mattel is up on earnings. I'm not sure why I didn't see this one. Maybe the volume was too low. I didn't see this one. Released earnings after hours. That's a great, it's a great break actually for Mattel, MAT. Will it hold? I mean, that's the whole thing. We're still early, 5 minutes in. You know, by waiting 15 minutes, I always run the risk of not getting into something that just keeps going higher. I mean, but that's just the way I like to trade. I just see things too whippy in the first 15. You know, what's really active still is, wow, look at Moderna. mRNA, this little pop here. All right, so Mavis, MVIS. Again, most of the stocks probably going to have candles that look like this on the daily. You know, because they closing below the open. They were still up for the day, but closing below the open because of what happened towards the end of the day. So now Mavis, 1493 was the high, so it's getting close. The high over here was 1479. So, I mean, Mavis has some room. And again, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but it does have some room. MVIS. You probably meant SYPR, right? Right, William? Yeah. Wow, AFMD, no action at all in the pre-market, zero really. And now the market's open, and look what it's doing. AFMD, not a low float, 107 million in the float. However, I don't know how far we have to go back before we start to see. We have to go back again. One of these ones, you have to go back to 2015 before we see these levels. So that's really not, in my opinion, any sort of resistance. So there's AFMD. I think when I say that, I don't mean it's going to keep going higher. I'm just saying at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance unless you really feel that something that happened 6 years ago is going to influence it. Where are they out of? Well, I'm glad I got out of the OCGN. But so these lines, so this is where I took it yesterday afternoon before the market, no, I'm sorry, that's not right, right here. 762, got rid of most of it. Well, I got rid of some actually. I don't know why my line isn't showing up. Got rid of it some up here at 969. Got in at 767, out at 969 after hours, and then right here on that as it started to fall around 10:15. All right, guys. So SNDX is holding. It's holding. It's still early, 9:41. So it is holding, though. Look what it did, though. It got all the way down, back down to 4. I mean, you talk about whip. I mean, look at this. It got all the way down to 14.50 and popped almost $1. Okay, so that's why trading in the first 15 minutes can be injurious to your health. Again, this is just me. I saw EBSB pre-market. I think it's it's not an earnings play. It's on the 27th. Didn't have very much volume, but now the volume is starting to pick up. Didn't have any volume in the pre-market really. You can see right there, 275,000. It's traded 300, so the volume was putrid in the pre-market. MVIS, guys, is definitely alive here. It looks like, so it's just 1493 is the high yesterday. So if it takes that out, it has a shot. Let me just do one thing here. Reset the connection. Let's see if I get my indices. No. All right, so there's the big downturn now for AFMD. It had to pop up over 11 and now the big downturn. American Airlines had an upgrade. I can't remember who it was, but American Airlines did have an upgrade this morning, AAL. Okay, here's another one, LAZR. What was the high 2 days ago? It was 1985. So if we can somehow take that out in 20, then look at this daily chart. I mean, it has a shot. I mean, there's the next kind of areas of resistance of 25 for LAZR. Not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys, let's see. EDAP, gap down and reverse. So I'm starting to get a few. Remember, I put here's the EBSB, gap up and go. So I have a 15-minute delay on this one. So again, my bias is short. So I'm kind of looking for things that are that maybe gap down and go down, or gap up and reversing. We don't have that. We don't have earnings for this one. Okay, so maybe they. Okay, so maybe they have released early. I don't know. We have it on April 27th. Well, the next high looking left for this one is 20. What is it? 2086. So I mean, I mean, look, what a run it's had this over the last few months. This EBSB, but this could be easily topping out. And that is EBSB. All right, guys, this EBSB may have topped out EBSB. So when I say that, you know, it could be getting ready to short it. Okay, guys, CVM from yesterday. CVM is on the move again. CVM on the move again. What did it hit? Wow, hit it high at $28 almost yesterday. CVM. Yeah, you're right. OCGN is now not in it anymore. OCGN. I think the only way for me to get into this one again is if it took out this area up here around 1060. You know, there's a little that's what the test server doesn't do. Shoot. God. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm going to have to get off this test server. All right, sorry, I'm just rearranging a couple of windows. All right, guys, OCGN on the move again here. On the move again. I could not hold this one. I mean, there's no way I could have held it. Not going down to 860. But OCGN on the move again. There's the price alert. I have up around 1060-ish or so. Keep an eye on EBSB, guys. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that 21. 2095, 2099 on the bid ask. I mean, look, if it can take that out, then the next high is 2185. So this is still strong. 2185 is the next high looking left. No, I think it's around 1065 for OC. I'm just looking at a daily chart, okay? I see right here. Well, there's 1080, there's 1045, there's 1065. So this area right here. So yeah, you know, I mean, maybe 11. All right, well, this one is still moving. I mean, this one taking advantage of the potential regulations coming against the tobacco industry, XXII. That happened a few days ago. All right, guys, there's SYPR. So it is alive here. Well, look at all these bottoming tails, choppiness on the 2-minute chart. But it is now alive. It just took out the pre-market, just took out the high. This is the pre-market high. Looks like around 390. So it's a low float. It is an earnings play. So I guess if it can take out 4, look what it got to yesterday, after hours. They released after hours, got up to 450. So I'd be putting an alert, maybe the pre-market high, and see if it takes that out and then starts to accelerate from there. And that is the SYPR. All right, I do see that the the AI had EBSB, a very tight target if the target got hit. All right, guys, EBSB is looking riper and riper for a short. It did pop over that 21, up to 21.15. I'd like to see it get into the 80s, like, you know, maybe a 2085, 2087 bid ask, something like that for the EBSB. Going to leave 21 behind. Because after that, it has a shot to get down to that 2053. I think that is a support area for EBSB. So it's also an acquisition, okay. Keep an eye on Kala, guys. K-A-L-A. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. K-A-L-A. Big short float percent. The Tiger is a gap up and go. Tiger, wow. The gap up and go for Tiger, T-I-G-R. And so Kala, if it can take that out, K-A-L-A, if it can take it out, the next high is 834. Meanwhile, UMC on the run here. This showed up here at 1029 and the basic new highs. Kala on the run a little bit, guys. K-A-L-A. Above the 200-day moving average. From my scan, Wolfram, from my scan, gap up and go, okay? It's one of the scans I'm sharing. You can access all the scans that I'm sharing from my homepage. I'll pop that link in. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, one of the scans I'm sharing is called gap continuation or reverse. All right, guys, the Kala is still holding over that 200-day moving average. The longer it holds, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of room. 834 is the next high looking left. But if it holds this and starts to, and really starts to maybe get some more volume coming in, I mean, this could have an interesting day, especially if it can take out that 834. If it does that, it has a shot to get to the 9 level. Did I see BTX? Not, don't think it's showing up in any scan that I've got. Well, MVIS, trying to get, well, it's through 15 now. So what's the high looking left? Again, it's 1479. So the next one is 1620. This still has some room. Next high looking left is 1620 for MVIS. All right, guys. So there's a bit of a spread issue, but I am in the EBSB. Bit of a spread issue when I got in, but what did I get it at? 2086. 2086 on, remember I was saying I'd like to see, all right, there it goes. A little bit, but it's a spread issue. Need that ask to catch up to the bid. I was saying I wanted to see a bid ask in the 2080s, and I got it, but it is a bit of a spread issue. I'm talking about the EBSB. Let me quickly. This might be a quick scalp, guys. I don't like that spread. Zach, there you are. I know you cannot hear me. I have to do that because Zach has me on mute. Yeah, I'm out of. This was a scalp for me, EBSB guys. I'm out of it. That spread got a little crazy. Meanwhile, yeah. So you're saying MVIS, part of the. So the Reddit crew got a hold of this one. Keep an eye on the Kala, guys. Kala. Kala, guys. I mean, this is holding nicely. I mean, there's a little bit of resistance here at 834. It's a big short float percent. Now here's another one, guys. TRIT. What has it got for resistance? Probably around 8. Another one of these short floats, high short float percents. Where are they out of? Singapore, okay. Mattel came up on my, early. I missed it on the gap up and reverse. I know you've been talking about it, real. You got it long for me? Thank you. Another gap up and reverse was NKLA. All right, so now that I have my indices back, so I can see the SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS is up. So yesterday is history. Okay, here's an IPO an earnings play, SLB. It is now just gone positive. SLB has gone positive. Released earnings pre-market, so it did release earnings pre-market. Initial reaction was pretty good, and then it fell all the way down here. Now it's coming right back up. Wow, MVIS is... So there was the alert from my watch list at $14.99. What's happened earlier? Again, it's a watch list, right? 1970. Wow, so laser at 1979, 2065 now. ZH 1003, it hasn't moved. OCGN, the alert was at 974, 1023 now. SYPR, the alert was at 377. It didn't really do much. MVIS 1499 on the move. And this late came in 1598. What did it get up to? 1605. So that didn't really move from the alert. But definitely some great ones from the watch list. And how about on the way down? VXRT 555. What did it get down to? So not much really. Boy, this XXII, I mean, this has been a great move for it. And it's not a low float either, 148 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. The next high looking left is 468. So there is a situation where the news did matter. Not specifically news, for this one, but just sort of, I guess, call it industry or sector news. Okay, guys, Kala's starting to move here. Some volume came into Kala, Kala. It's a high short float percent. Boy, if it gets through this 834. Yeah, I mean, all those, the fuel cell plug, Ballard, all those EV plays were ripping higher yesterday before they weren't, before all of a sudden the downturn in the SPY happened. Give me a moment, please, guys. I just have to do something on my other monitor. RVP. Let's take a look at RVP from Rail. We haven't seen Rail for a while. Remember Rail when it was doing this? So it's trying to come back, guys. Yeah, it's a low float, 11 million in the float. Remember the run it had from $3 all the way up to, well, all the way. This is a daily chart, so it went from 3 to about 8, almost 8, before it started to slide. Trying to come back again now. Well, I suppose I have to look at this JAG-X. I have a distaste for it, but let's see now. I guess it's got some room to the 2 level. I'm still kind of waiting for a gap down and go. Didn't get one yesterday. Of course, the market was pretty strong yesterday until it wasn't, but didn't get one yesterday. SKX, see what Real is looking at here, SKX. So here's the VWAP, 5124, 5124. So he's looking for a break above the VWAP. So why don't we do this? Let's put a little alert around that area. See if it breaks above it. And then Real's looking for a challenge to the high of the day. Look at Rail. Yeah, that's extended. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So nothing from my scan, my moving higher with usually strong options. Nothing from that scan yet today. Are you asking, Rob, are you asking me if I have an, I do not have an alert for one yet. You mean, if by an alert, do you mean has anything triggered? No. Do you have trade ideas, Rob? Because all you have to do is load the scan. In fact, it's getting close, 10:18. I might start my spiel, but this is what I'm talking about, okay? There's a gap up and reverse for Mattel, but not a gap down and go. In other words, it gapped down, it kept going down. Not yet, anyway. In general, right now, in general, I'm looking to go short things. In general. That's just me, though. I mean, that is just what I'm looking to do. All right, guys. Well, the Kala, I've taken a little loss on it. I'll watch it again. Keep an eye. I really has got to take out that 36. So I took a little loss on the Kala. All right, for those who, well, looking for really cheap ones, I see this KIQ under $1. That's only up 6 cents. All right, guys, sorry about that. Again, internal discussions within Trade Ideas I'm following also. So, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. And before I talk about trade ideas in general, I just want to, again, make sure everybody's aware that we're going to be having this test drive coming up. I'm going to pop the links into the YouTube room and also, of course, our main room. All right, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see me. This is what you're going to see. So what is the test drive? So the test drive starts on May the 10th, runs to the May the 21st. That is 10 trading days, okay? So for $8.99, you'll get access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. But listen very carefully. If you cannot start on the 10th and go to the 21st, you will not get 10 trading days. Let's just say you can start on the 11th, and go to the 21st, you'll get 9 days, okay? So you're not getting 10 days from whenever you start. Just so you want to be upfront about that. So what you're doing here, if you sign up, basically you're pre-registering. So you will not get data until the 10th, though live data until the 10th. Though typically what we do is around 2 hours after the market closes on the Friday, because May the 10th is a Monday, you'll be able to download the program and play with it over the weekend, okay? And it gets set for the live data on the 10th. So that is the test drive. We used to do 4 of them a year. Probably we're down to 2 a year, okay? So again, starts on May the 10th. So you sign up right here. Okay, I'm glad. Pima. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Again, there's a discussion going on that I kind of have to pay attention to. Kala's back up, guys. Kala is back up. I don't want to completely lose sight of it. Kala. All right, I'm going to put in my home page now. A lot going on. Okay, in the main room, I have a tab called Barry's home page. Click on it. Here's the link right there. You click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. There is a promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just see how much trade it does cost. Wow, MVIS just shall I say it? Severe rippage. Annual monthly premium standard. We have 4 plans, okay? So the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. That's the main reason why people want to have or take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go month or annually. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard premium, $118, $228. You can apply the discount to the first month only. So please, again, listen carefully. If you go month to month, you can get a discount. That 15% discount will be applied to the first month only. Okay? Okay, the swim IPO just launched, guys. Swim IPO just launched. It looks like it anyway. I don't know why it showed up here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. SKX, I'm sorry. SKX triggered. So Real was talking about that 5121 area. There's the VWAP. So it's at the VWAP. All right. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern time, all free. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. There's the scan section. If you click here, you'll see my layout. Click for my layout. This is the layout that you see. Remember, because it's a layout, you can only have one layout loaded as at once, at a time. So make sure you do save. If you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Now, if you have a layout and you like your layout, but you want to take a look at my individual scans, that's why I've done this on an individual basis. You can take a look at them. You might see something you like. All right. And education section right here. Click here. I want to put the 20 lessons on its own. Yeah, the only thing you don't get in standard is you don't get the ability to backtest or using the AI. I mean, there's some other differences, but that's the main one. But yes, you can create your own scans and custom scans. If you're calling these custom scans, yes. Okay, so the 20 lessons, really recommend you take a look at it. No, OCGN ripping again, guys. That 1065 area, 1065 to 1080 area, pretty key. So if you click on the 20 lessons, this is what you're going to see. So I really recommend, if you've just started with trade ideas, is that you take a look at this, okay? What is a top list? Alert windows, how to create them all. Information about the AI down here. Wow, MVIS just all right. More information here on the education section. Daily support sessions. So you'll hear me from time to time talking about a YouTube feed. So we do have a YouTube room, and I moderate it at the same time as this one around noon. I do take a break, and so somebody else takes over there today. I believe it is Andy, and I will put the link in before I take my break. You can head over there between 12 and 1 if you want to do that. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos right here. Nice little video introduction, back to basics, 36 little videos. Right, man, oh man, look at OCGN and MVIS. Sorry guys, hard to concentrate on what I'm telling you here with all this action taking place. But back to basics, if you're brand new to trading, what is a stock? Intros to charts, etc. So great little video series right here that we created, plus some ebooks. So a lot of information on my homepage. My recommendation, save my link so you can take a look at all this more or less at your leisure, okay? It's right here, Barry's homepage. Okay, Charlie? Can you not see the tab? Just click on that. When you click on it, you'll see my link right there, okay? Okay, Charlie, do you see that? We don't have 10-second charts, no, actually. The lowest is one minute. If you're looking for 10 sec, like if that's the type of trader you are, probably not the program then. If you really need 10-second charts. Well, unfortunately, I'm not in the OCGN anymore. I mean, that just knocked me out. No way I could hold on to it, but look at this now. I mean, through 11, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's got room all the way up to 14. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying that is the next high looking left. So, Charlie, did you see my homepage? Just have to find that tab. I wonder why people have a tough time. Can you not see the tab up here? It says Barry's homepage. You might have to scroll up. And it says Barry's homepage. Okay, Kala is back, guys. I'm interested in it again. Took the small loss. Interested in it again. Okay, listen, if you can't find it, here it is. Okay, I don't want to torture you. There's the link. Well, guys, this is on a mission. OCGN on a mission, as is MVIS. I mean, 2 days ago, this was a $10 stock. And, you know, high short float percent, 18%. Wow. I just couldn't hold it. Wow. I mean, this is just a great move, OCGN. Now what? You know, literally, now what? You know, and it's not a low float. 182 million in the float is not a low float. So, yeah, Real was talking about the break over the VWAP, maybe challenging the highs. I can't pay any attention, Real. Cala, guys. All right, are you going to get back in? Well, man, I'm going to try to quickly go through my spiel. There's just so much action happening. SPY mini rip. Look at tech up. Dow is up. SPY's up. Oh, I'm my bias is going long, Cala. I mean, I think if it can take this out here, I mean, I may get in earlier, but 834, if it takes out 834, it's got a shot to get up to 9. All right, so Cala is still stuck, so not interested yet. It's got a real, probably has to get into the 830s for me now. Maybe even take that, well, I'm going to say 831, I want to see, but at 836 could stall it also. So next on the hit parade, remember this one, JSM. Look at JSM. This is rippage also. And what did this one do? 451 back here. 451. So this is when? This is on February 2nd. All right, guys, very quickly, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. You can, doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. For some reason, we get that question a lot. I live in X country. Can I use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world or who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So again, if you're unfamiliar with scanning, this is a very basic. That's why I call it basic new highs and lows. A scan I put together. To always start off with filters. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times as much as normal. And other filters in place. It doesn't really matter what I'm using. It's just the concept of using filters. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? either on the upside or the downside. Now, CGN was early, but it's just completely reversed. So that's the basis, okay? So, you know, you can put your own scanners together. I'm sharing, of course, a lot of my scans. The other thing is that you do not have to learn a programming language to do this. What we did is we created what we feel are enough alerts and filters for the absolute majority of our customers that they can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. So when you see this sort of an icon, these are all the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go through them all, and these icons are the filters. So again, you do not have to learn a programming language. So when you're first starting out, though, as I say, you take a look at those 20 lessons, and you can always, you know, I'm sharing a lot of scans also from our channel bar. If you click on New Channel Bar, these are all themed layouts with scans in them. You can take a look at them also. Now we have, for our premium subscribers, so if you want the premium service, we have what we call our AI/Holly. In order to see it, the action from it, all you have to do is click from File, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. All right, I use it like a watch list. So you see that early alert came in for EBSB 2046. There was but you know, you don't have to get in right at the penny, but that was the real-time alert, and there's your stop. How you trade these will be up to you. What I recommend, if you have the premium service, take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here, and that is called Brokerage Plus. This is only available if you're using our application, downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Well, I use the 2-minute. It's not so much I trade on the 2-minute chart. I use it. There's one little indicator I like to see if it crosses. But I do pay attention mainly to the 15-minute chart. But also these higher time frames because, again, because I'm more of a momentum trader, I'm always looking. So the stocks I'm seeing are typically near the high of the day or low of the day. So I'm always looking to say, okay, great. How much further could it go based on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts? What sort of near-term resistance is there? So this window, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. And please listen carefully. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. It's a feature that we happen to have. And if you do have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window to trade. Well, it's got to be done every day, Joshua. That's why it's a free room. So I wouldn't have to do it if it weren't a free room. But I mean, that's just the way. You can always mute me for 15 minutes and then resume after about 15. I want to put the Brokerage Plus. I want to put the Brokerage Plus link in here to both YouTube and I think it's the Reddit guys, JB. I think it's the Reddit guys who got a hold of Mavis. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. So the WSB guys. So Brokerage Plus. So I just dropped a link in. So if you happen to have, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade your account. Notice it says Brokerage Plus and it says Live. So if you watch that video, it's going to show you. You do have to have our latest beta though if you want to trade using E-Trade. Okay. So to access the latest beta, you just click on my homepage link and go up, click on download software and scroll down until you see the beta. Okay, right there. Okay, so why would you want to be able to use this? Again, it's a feature, not mandatory. Somebody asked yesterday, well, can I use the AI if I don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade? Of course, it's a feature that we've got, not mandatory to use. Here's an AI, here's an alert. You could, if we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking only meaning this is that it's a time saver. So when you click on a symbol, it loads into your brokerage platform, and from there you trade. I mean, if for whatever reason we don't link with your brokerage platform, then you just type the symbol in, okay? Brokerage Plus does not cost extra, no. The only, it's part of the standard service. So again, why would you want to use it? Well, okay, let's just say you click on an alert. Notice how the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at, etc. Okay? So that would be a manual way to use it. Or you could do things like this. You click on an alert. You like the chart. You right click. Hover over this trade. You notice this box pops up. And you can set up, of course, your own options for trading. This is what we call one-click trading, and you can set up your own. And how to do that, watch the video. Again, not mandatory to do this. Okay, it's just a feature. These are hotkeys, so if you're in a trade, you would see, of course, you're in a trade. You just highlight it. If you want to get out of the trade, you flatten, get out of half your trade or double your trade. Or you could use the sell button and pick how many shares you want to get out of. Now, the other huge reason for using this is as a simulator or paper trader. Okay? If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Can't emphasize that enough. Very easy to do, just the same. You click on an alert, the symbol will show up, pick how many shares, pick the price you want to get in at, and click. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going to go long, you buy. So let's just say we wanted to take a trade. No, that Cala just, not good. I didn't get back into it again. Tempted me right here. I did not get back into it again. I'm glad I didn't. Wow, GSM, just dripping. So let's take a look at GSM as an example, okay? Now, this is obviously running away right now. Let's say you wanted to take this on a pullback. I don't know. Let's just, again, I'm not saying I would do this. I just want to explain how you can do things like this. So let's just say I wanted to take GSM on a pullback to 414. And I'll pick how many shares I wanted to do that at. I'll do 300. I'll put 414 in both boxes. And I'm going to click the buy button, and you see a nice big blue line appears on the chart. So if GSM pulls back to 414, it'll take the trade. I could have also done it the other way. The other way meaning, if I saw an area on top, maybe a resistance area that if it broke through, I'd like to be in the trade, then I could have put both those prices above the current price, click the buy button, and you would have seen a big blue line above the current price. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about money management, stops. I didn't even know this. So distracted here, I didn't even realize that GSM showed up in my scans here. Yeah, I rarely go market order, Blake. It depends on the spread. If it's a 1 or 2 cent spread, I'll go market. Otherwise, I'll go limit. Really depends on the spread, though. All right, I'm just trying to find something here. I think generally, most people will use a limit order, okay? But for instance, if I wanted to get into COTY right now, COTY, the spread is 994, 995. So I could go in at market and more than likely get a fill at 995. Okay, so it all depends on the spread. If that spread was, 990 at 1005, I probably wouldn't try to even take the trade. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this trade, this WLMS trade, okay? Not too much volume. This is just for demonstration purposes. Now, you've got to be very careful on a market order, as PJ is saying. If the volume is really light, you just got to be very careful. But typically, if the volume is very light, I'm not going to take the trade. So it doesn't worry me too much. Okay, guys, I just have to show you how you talk a little bit about the money management, and I want to get back to taking a look more at the market. I'm going to buy at the market. Okay, it took the trade at 505. For demonstration purposes, I am going to put my stop at 485, which is 20 cents away. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. So the stop now appears right on the chart. So again, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. You can't just assume that every trade you get into is going to work. So you have to have, again, I'm going to emphasize this, a price that you're going to get out. Now, if you're new to trading, that's the trick. Where are you going to put that stop? That's what we call a stop, right? Where are you going to put that stop? Well, that's where, a lot of practice comes into play. Eventually, hopefully, you'll be able to look at a chart and say, okay, I see an area, imagine this area right here, a lot of activity. If it broke down through, I should be out of the chart. I should be out of the trade. Again, I'm using 485, and you'll see why in a second or a minute. Yeah, I'm just trying to make the math really simple. So the first step is you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. You just can't assume that every trade is going to work. If you do that, you're not going to last too long as a trader. Okay, you have to. This is all about money management. So that's the first thing. The second thing is how much are you going to actually risk dollar-wise per trade? So I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Let's just say your account, wow. Man, oh man, OCGN. Just say your account, you can risk $100 a trade. So this is why I put a 20-cent stop on, okay? It's not that you get into every trade with a 20-cent stop or a 10-cent stop. It has to be based on something, and my goodness, OCGN. I mean, this has got room now, guys, all the way to that 1420 mark. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying now it's free and clear. So I put a 20-cent stop on this to make this math easy because this is going to share size you. So there's two concepts here. You will have three. You'll have a stop, in which case, you'll have to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You'll have to have a dollar amount that you're going to risk per trade, and then that will share size you. Why? If you take your entry price, 505, minus your stop price, in this case, it's 20 cents. You divide 20 cents into, let's say you can risk $100 a trade. 20 cents into $100 is 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, so that's why I started this whole thing up by taking 500 shares. Because you don't go into trading saying, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. It has to be based on, in my opinion anyway, it should be based on the difference in your stop loss and how much you're willing to risk on the trade. So the next step is this. Okay, fine. You've listened to me and you think, okay, I get the idea. And when you're practicing in the simulator, you'll probably obey your stop because, it's not real money. It's a lot easier not to obey your stop when it's not real money, just to see what happens. So if this gets down to 485, it'll take me out. Now this is sort of a bit of a rounding. I mean, it's close to 100. It's 97.50. Okay. What happens though is that when you start trading your real money, the doubts start to surface because you get into a trade and then maybe it starts drifting down to that stop price. So you start second guessing yourself. You start thinking, well, maybe my stop was too tight. Maybe I didn't quite understand where to put the stop. So you start moving your stop down. You start moving it down, okay? You will not obey your stop. It starts approaching that new stop price and you keep moving it down, 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 down. So now all of a sudden that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. And that eventually though, you get out of the trade, you start kicking yourself because now you've lost $500 or $600 instead of that 100. And it's going to happen. We all do it because you can't believe that the setup that you got into didn't work, or all the great things that you've heard about this company, and you just will not obey your stop. So how to counteract that? You take all the emotion out. Sorry, well, that should be there. You take all the emotion out, you let your stop hit, and you're out of the trade. Okay? And for all the reasons why this set up earlier, maybe it sets up again. Okay? Maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe the market, did something that, that started to move down or something. And, so maybe later on though, it could set up in exactly the same way that it set up the first time. You can always get back into the trade. Okay? All right. Now, somebody asked about the compare count window. So what this is doing is it's taking two alert strategies, okay? I could have created a compare count window out of the basic new highs versus the basic new lows. What it's doing is just taking two competing strategies. I'll show you. So here's the ones moving higher. So I've got a price between 50 cents and 30 cents, 50 cents and 30 cents, 50 cents and $30, minimum volume, etc. And the price is up at least 2% from the close, okay? So this is, and if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high, and it works in the pre-market also, then that's when you start to see the tickers, okay? And I'm competing it, it's going in competition against the flip of this. In other words, stocks making new lows, new pre-market lows, and down at least 2%. So anything that can be flipped can be flipped. And this is what I mean. I'll just cancel out of this. So you see, I flipped these. I'm looking for new lows, and where the stock was down at least 2%. So what it's doing is saying, okay, with those two competing strategies, what's happening? And also, greater than 300,000 shares in both of them. So right now you can see that the majority meeting those filter requirements are on the high side, 93% versus 7%. Makes sense. Look at the market. Okay? So it's sort of interesting. You see one that's going counter. There's Mankind going counter. You might think, well, this is going counter to what the, kind of the market's doing. Maybe I should short this. But that's all it is, okay? It's just two kind of competing strategies. And going at it, and going at each other. I mean, that's really the basis of it. So if you wanted to create your own compare count window, you have to start off with an alert window, duplicate it, flip it. So now you've got 2 alert windows, and then you go to the compare count, and then you start, you collaborate, you put it in there. I mean, I think there's a video on how to do that if you're really interested. Not too many people use the compare count. I just find it kind of interesting to display because of the ticker. A lot of people, of course, are used to tickers, so. Okay, give me a moment, please. Yeah, this has been a heck of a day for the SPY, Remember yesterday? The sky was falling, the SPY was falling, everything was, we're going to zero. And look at this, we're almost back up to where it all happened. Tremendous overreaction to that potential taxation news. Yeah, if you send go to the home page. I don't know if there's an actual list. Like who's your broker, Sniper? Wait a minute. With B plus? Okay, IB and E-Trade are the only two. Okay, so you're fine with IB. Okay, so you can watch the video and it shows you how you do it. Okay. No, no, Alex, there isn't. It may happen sometime this year, but there's a real problem with the API, so there's no estimated time for that. So again, I just reiterate, no interactive brokers and E-Trade, the only two brokerage platforms that work with Brokers Plus. Cody, guys, now this is interesting. This is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for Coty, COTY. Look left. Let's take a look. 944. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 1301. There's not a lot of resistance. That's a red bar ignored. So what do I mean? There's a uptrend, two 15-minute candles. That 15-minute candle there is completely engulfed by the previous one. Okay, and then the next bar is green. It did move briefly above the high of that red candle. That could signify a continuation of the trend. Okay, now you can wait. Obviously, you don't have to take the trade right yet, but if this turns into a nice big green candle, this could signify the continuation of the trend. Jason, I haven't found a way really. Most of everything I see in the pre-market is not spotty. So maybe it's just the filters I'm using. I don't know. This is what I use in the pre-market, and I don't see stuff like that. So I'll show you what I use in the pre-market. Just give me a moment here. So if you click on my home page, so let's just, so if you click on my home page, so my scans here, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down shared, and pre-market actives up and down. I rarely see spotty charts. Okay? Now, post-market, I don't know. Post-market, I don't really check the post-market that often. So, I mean, obviously, if you want to, I mean, you just have to have a lot of volume then in the post-market. Make sure post-market volume is, I don't know, 100, 200,000, something like that. I'm sure that would get rid of it, but I don't really look at the post-market that much in terms of trading. So. Not that I've noticed tech, and you believe me, if there were, I'd be the first one to scream. But no, the only thing I can suggest is maybe do a reset. Go to your account and do a reset your connection. Maybe I don't think you drastically have. I think that usually will solve anything. But no, I've had no issues whatsoever. You know, charts are loading really quickly. You might have a computer issue then, your own, because typically when there are issues, a lot of people are having the issue. But I've not seen any issues loading the charts. You can see how fast they're loading on mine. What sort of let me just expand this a little bit. What is the number up here underneath file? I got 20. Anything under 100 should be fine. What number do you see? Right at the toolbar, that number in the upper left-hand corner. If it's over 100 and if it's fluctuating up and down a lot, I would say there's something on with your system then. Well, guys, for those of you who are interested in coin, look at this little move now for coin, over 300. I mean, it's been beaten up ever since its IPO, or its direct to market. I guess we can call it an IPO, but all right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just, again, always distracted with other things that are going on. All right, what else is happening? I hear, oh man, oh man. So that's the EDAP, gap down and reverse. Wow, this is a nice one. EDAP, gap down and reverse. No, I don't focus on that, Scott. Market timing, no. I mean, listen, anything typically, the things that I'm looking at, unless we get big giant red candles like that happened yesterday, they're typically kind of trading on their own. All right. When I say that, they're not so dependent on what the market is doing. Alpha stocks that are, again, trading on their own for whatever reason, some kind of a catalyst, either a news catalyst, an earnings catalyst, something, or it's a hot sector, something like that. So, within reason, I don't care that much about the market within reason. Obviously, if you're going to play a bounce play or something that's been beaten up, you want to see the market doing something like this for sure. But otherwise, I'm not, I'm aware, of course, what the overall market's doing. And I really pay attention to it if I'm into something that really doesn't have that, like a specific news catalyst. It's just a hot sector. And that's obviously intraday. All right, guys. Cody, it's OCGN. No, I'm sorry. Old alert. Old alert. Skills on the way down. This has been choppy too. Not shortable for me right now at Interactive Brokers. So Cody had a little bit of news, unveils new strategies and updates guidance at investor event. Okay, so that had a little bit of news this morning for Cody, C-O-T-Y. So hence the move, the 10% move. But the longer it bases over 10, there's that red bar ignored right there. It really has no resistance until we get to 1093 is the next high looking left. So that's far enough away. And that is the COTY. All right, excuse me. Cody, guys, C-O-T-Y. Yeah, I know that this is showing up in the option scan, but I tell you, I think it really has to get over 4 SYPR. It is coming back, but well, it's trying to come back. 396. It looks like, wow, it looks like it wants to rip here. There's the pre-market high, guys. Sorry, after hours high yesterday. It released earnings at got up to 453. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And that's the SYPR. A low float. So this, anything can happen. I mean, look at this. It's traded the float almost 4 times. 11 million in the float. It's traded 43 million. So that's almost 11 times. All right, so a little pullback underneath 4. Let's see if we can get back over 4 and then just surge. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, look at the volume that came in. This is no, not quite. But 2 million shares right there. There's a high right. I mean, this is big volume coming in, guys. Big volume. Big volume coming in. SYPR. Yeah, that was the news. Some kind, deep space program. Okay, guys. So there was your alert. 389 took out 4. Where it goes from here? I mean, the next high looking left is 430 and 439. So just be really aware of these two areas. I mean, it's at 420 right now. Just be aware. It could easily stall there. Well, just look at the chart. here's the 5-minute chart. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, see this volume bar right there? Compare it to going all the way back here. You have to go back. In fact, this could be, other than that bar, this is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 5-minute chart. Okay, this is the opening, which typically the opening 5-minute or whatever candle you're looking at, or time frame you're looking at, typically that will be the biggest bar of the day for a long time. But look at this. So you can see volume coming back in. Not coming. Do you see what I'm saying, Rick? It's just a matter, yeah, I mean, you can really tell a lot of the tale, guys. What's happening? I'm all, well, this is nothing new. I mean, I'm all about volume. Volume and price action. The odd indicator here and there. Okay, this is a little gap down and reverse. All right, guys, come on, SYPR. Just get a little bit more. Again, this is the pre-market high. Sorry, I keep saying that. After hours high. They released that news after hours yesterday, 453 got up to. Not saying it's going to get there, but with this low float, all right, guys. So I noticed that a couple of these GSM. Remember, I put this a conditional buy order here. It pulled back. Now, what I should have done also is to show you that if I didn't like it, I don't have to. Obviously, I can take the order out. All you had to do was go to the orders and right-click and cancel. Okay. Again, these are simulated trades right here. Guys, SYPR is definitely a certifiable winner now. It's a great percentage move, even if you waited for 389 to 423. If you took it here, okay, give me one moment, please. I'm not. What you see here is a simulator in action, okay? Trading my real account, I'm actually just trading from within Interactive Brokers, okay? No way I'm gonna, with what I do, way too distracting. So I'm not gonna try to flip back and forth. I mean, there is a way to do it. I wouldn't recommend it. Flip back and forth between simulator and my IB account. So I don't do that. And it's got nothing, remember now, I mean, the AI has got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. I mean, remember, Brokerage Plus, and the only reason I say that is because I know there was a question in the YouTube room yesterday, well, if I don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, can I still use the AI? Well, the AI has got nothing to do with this, okay? This is just a feature, it's an option, don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade anything. So, I mean, if I wanted to trade EBSB, typically we link with many brokers' accounts so that when I click on the alert, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from there you trade it. And we do not recommend auto trading the AI. Wow, this market is what a great move. I mean, this is look at this trend. I mean, all right, we are now open for business. AGTI just. Yeah, the reason is that you really should manage the trades, the exits on your own, Alex. We just don't recommend it. It's that simple. Anybody who wants to try auto trading the AI, if you have our premium service, here's what I recommend you do. You go into our simulator, and you can always turn all the strategies on, and you can see how it would work. Okay? We just don't recommend it. Way better to manage the exits on your own. Unfortunately, it is not the magic money machine. I know there are many people that just want to be able to turn the AI on in the morning, let it auto trade all day, and count their money when they come back. And I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. So here's an IPO, guys, AGTI. So let's just see. I just want to see how many shares. So AGTI, so it's pretty big. Well, 26 million shares, $14. So it's barely above the offer price. Okay. But we'll see. What I typically do on the day of an IPO to trade it is I will look at a 2-hour high, put an alert there, and then later on in the day, if it takes out that 2-hour high, I may, it's not guaranteed, I may trade it. There's 26 million, I mean, it's not excessive, but some of the other more successful ones doing it that way were lower floats. You can, yeah, Siri, you can do that, yes. If you want to auto entry, I still, I mean, if you're bound and determined to do an auto entry on the AI, yeah, you can do that and then manage the exits. But before I would do any of that, if you have our premium service, why wouldn't you practice first? Okay? Use our simulator, turn all the strategies on, and just see how it would work before you start doing it with real money. I don't do it for a day or two. Do it for a month just to see. I mean, If if auto trading were that easy, we'd all be doing it at Trade Ideas, okay? Well, it doesn't have the emotions, but you'll at least see how it works. Well, you have to have our premium service, Siri, okay, number one. And then click on the Holly tab and then turn the strategies on. You'd highlight everything and enable 13 strategies. And now they're all on. Okay, now you're in auto. Now every time there's an alert, it'll take the trade. It's all in that video. Okay, it's all in that video. I know it's a long video, but it's well worth watching. But before I would do that, I would practice using the simulator. And again, not for a day, not for 2 days. I mean, I do it for a month before I would commit money to the market and auto trading, just to see how it works. The video, what is a video? It explains how to set it explains more than just that, but it explains how to set everything up, including turning on the strategies. It explains how to, when you take a look at a strategy here, editing your trading instructions, all of this. Limit offset is so key. If you have to watch the video. I don't get into the fine details of any of this because it's all in the video. I like to force people to watch it because there's a lot of information there. And if you're going to do this for real, you better watch the video because it covers virtually everything. But the limit offset is key because one of the questions we get a lot is, well, I turned my strategies on and it didn't take the trade. Why? Well, probably the number one reason is if a stock is moving really quickly, even though you get a real-time alert, and even if you're in auto entry mode, the stock may be moving very quickly, so you get an alert, say at 1598, but you'll never usually be able to get a fill rate at 1598. Maybe the stock is moving quickly. Maybe by the time it can actually take the order, it's at 1605, as an example. So what a limit offset does is it says, okay, I get the alert at, say, 1598. How far outside of that price am I willing to take the trade? So that limit offset will dictate that. So I think the default might even be just 2 or 3 cents, which, you may not get a lot of fills. No, this is the Brokerage Plus video I'm talking about. Okay, Nick, this is the Brokerage Plus video that I'm talking about. So, Alex, when you say how accurate is the backtesting, your own strategies, well, I mean, it's just math. So, I mean, it's accurate like that. Now, whether or not, if you backtest a strategy and it gives you great results, of course, there's no guarantee those results will continue in the future. So I don't quite understand your question when you say how accurate is it. It's just simple math. If you're talking about the AI strategies, again, just because an AI strategy makes a cut today, doesn't mean every single alert you get is going to be a winner. I mean, obviously the EBSB was a good one, but it's really the only one. The rest today, for whatever reason, are not really doing too much. So it's not a matter of accuracy. I mean, it's accurate as far as the math is concerned, but it's no guarantee that just because something passes. You optimize something and it looks really good, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to work today or tomorrow. Market conditions can change. Yeah, I don't back test at all, Nick. So I really can't comment on that. I will say this, is that if you back test over, say, 60 days or so, you want to have at least, I would say, 100 results. Okay? You don't want to get only 20 results, because then you're doing a little too much overfitting, as you call it. But I'm not, the back tester, it's one of the videos, or one of the explanations. In the 20 lessons, back testing at all. Back testing is hard. I mean, listen, you've got to have a lot of time, which I don't anymore. I have no interest in back testing anything anymore. I used to, but it's hard. I mean, you've got to go through a lot of trial and error. And you might get something that looks pretty good, and then a couple of days later, it's terrible. So I mean, there's always tinkering that can take place. So I just don't have the time to do it. So Alex, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So are you auto trading something? Your order entries are the issues? Yeah, so if you don't have a lot of time, Nick, then forget backtesting. I don't backtest anything. I mean, no sound in the YouTube channel today. There is sound. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Alex. Are you talking about auto trading? Anything? Your order entries are the issue? Or yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just Bernd. He's having an issue. Yeah, you see, that's the problem with the YouTube. Listen, Alex, if you're talking about backtesting, your best bet is because I'm not a backtesting guy, okay? And I want to just say that up front. You might want to just send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and somebody else, one of the other traders, can take a look at it. I'm just not a big backtester. So I could look at it, and I really probably wouldn't be able to help you. But if you also want to, listen, I will take a look at the link, but you have to come into the other room. And I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link for the other room. What I call the main room. This is what it looks like, okay? Okay, we've got another IPO just launched here. Rain. Rain just launched. And what do we have for Rain? Yeah, when in doubt, always do a reboot or a refresh. Yes, Bernd. Okay, so this is going to be really interesting. 7.4 million at $17. So this is a nice premium so far. Okay, so this is going to be something that will be active. But what am I supposed to look at here, Alex? So okay, and it's just it's not a layout, right? It's just a one window. It's not a layout. Okay. But what am I supposed to be looking at exactly? I mean, I'll load it, but... And who knows, maybe other people in the room. Downward flush. Okay, so what's the problem? Yeah, so you've got so many alerts also. I typically don't do that. I typically just put one alert in an alert window, but I mean, it's up to you. But what's the issue though? I wish Zach could hear me. So again, 7.5 million shares. 17 was the IPO price. So oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So I really can't comment on that. You might want to send that to info@trade-ideas.com then. Okay. I really, it must be the way in which, remember the back tester, it will take the trade right at the price that you get the alert in the back tester. It doesn't account for slippage, okay? Because so in real life, I don't know, maybe you're just getting so much slippage. It's not able to take the trade right there. It may be the, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. All right, so it is Andy. Andy will be in the YouTube room starting at around noon. So when I take my break, you guys can head over there if you want. I'll be taking a break between 12 and 12:40. He'll be there between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. I trade in the pre-market every now and then. Okay, I rarely trade post-market. The only time I trade post-market is if I'm already in a trade, like yesterday, OCGN, and I may take some out, which I did post-market. I was in the trade here. I took some out here, but no, actually, it was right here. I had a line here before, but anyway, I rarely initiate trades post-market. $17, Randy. Yeah, well, I may not get there. It might, but it may not get there. What was the other one? So AGTI. So where is AGTI? So this is, see the difference? So AGTI, I think the IPO price is 15. So it's really, there's not a lot of excitement right now for it. Right now, however, I'm going to stick an alert here. There's the high so far. Okay, maybe later on in the day, a little more excitement comes into it. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, and just as I left, this IMPL launched also. IPO just launched. Let's take a look at it to see how many shares. Okay, this could be really interesting. Now, the premium isn't great right now. 5.3 million shares. The offer price was 15, so it is just a little bit above it. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do here, just to show you, to get out of a trade, just flatten it, highlight the trade, flatten. Again, this is in the simulator. Same thing with the WLMS, flatten it, out of the trade. Oh, maybe I didn't click. There we go. Yeah, this was definitely IPO week. We had a ton of IPOs this week. And again, I typically do not trade an IPO the day of, but my basic rule would be after a couple of hours, I put a price alert for the high after a couple of hours and see if later on in the day it takes it out. That's about the only way I'll trade an IPO the day of. And that's just me. Okay. All right, I have a hungry kitty here. Just a minute. I shouldn't be amazed. I mean, the market's moving higher. In the last 2 days, have not had one gap down and go. Not one gap down and go. Actually, I better make sure I haven't unchecked it. Phew, okay. I thought maybe I had accidentally unchecked it. Not one gap down and go. So just let you know what, this is a multi-strategy window. Excuse me, a multi-strategy window. So there are 4 alert windows in here. Typically, people use multi-strategy windows because they don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them into one window. Excuse me. In this particular case, it's not a matter of screen space. What I like to do sometimes with multi-strategy windows, though, is group similar ones together in the same window. So obviously, these are all to do with gap. So, wow, I've got a gap up and go. So that means the stock gapped up and kept going up. gap down and reversed, and then it gap down and reversed, which we're seeing a lot today. A gap up and reversed, not seeing very many of those at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. Matt's right there. That means the stock gapped up and reversed. And what I've been waiting for is a gap down and go, which means it gapped down and it kept going down. And again, one of the scans I'm sharing. So that's what it is, Michael. The gap down and go meant it gapped down and it kept going down. Okay? I have both, yes. Cat and dog, yes. Well, it's just that because over the last couple of weeks, I've just noticed that because I was, somewhat short bias. I mean, obviously with the market doing what it's doing, it's a little harder. But I was noticing that the gap down and goes were really producing well, like really producing well. So even if the market is moving higher today, I'd like to see one because that means that stock, for whatever reason, is just working really counter to what the rest of the market is doing. There must be a reason. And so that's why I was kind of waiting for one. But, if you don't get it, you don't get it. I mean, it's still got room. Yeah, I mean, this still has room to 14. I mean, there's the next high looking left for OCGN, 1405. So Michael, just have to go to my homepage, okay? Go to my homepage, find the homepage tab, click on it, and then there's the link. Click on my link. Let me just do a few things here. Okay, so when you click on my link, then here are the scans that I'm sharing. And click here, and there it is. Gap continuation or reverse, that's what it's called, okay? Okay, Swim just opened. The Swim IPO just opened. So I think that's it for today. And Swim, 20 million shares at 19. So yeah, okay, good premium. 20 million shares at 19. So a good little premium so far for Swim. So Jason, up here. So from the toolbar, click on New. And then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And when you do that, this is the window you'll see. I would not pay any attention to what segment it comes from. Who cares? Just, watch the ones that, that's all I do. I just watch the ones that have produced. And who cares, in my opinion, again, from what strategy it came from. Just watch the alerts and trade them as you see fit, okay? So again, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right, guys, I will put the link to our YouTube room in because I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Just waiting for Andy to show up. There's a 20 in the 20 lessons. There's an explanation, okay, about the AI. Andy may have a link. I don't have a video link. I don't have a video link for. I think probably in that section, if you go to my homepage into the educational videos, there's probably a link for the AI. But if you're looking for a link that shows you how to trade it, you're going to be disappointed. Okay, how you trade it is up to you. That's why I'm saying to make it super simple, load this window, and wait for the alerts to happen. You have a potential entry, you have a stop price, and after that it's up to you to trade them. How you to meet your trading plan. There's no real magic video that shows you how to trade the AI. Well, I only use the AI as a watch list, so I can't tell you how good is the AI, Holly, okay? I only use it as a watch list. So, and I only like stocks typically $20 and under, so, so I can't really tell you how good it is. I can only tell you that you improve if you manage the exits on your own. If you just let it run in auto mode, I don't think it's good at all. How's that? A filter for percentage days range? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, we have the days range. Is this what you mean? Like the position in the days range? Position, it's called position and range. So I don't know what you mean, range in general. Just my personal preference, Scott. Well, that's easy. I mean, all you have to do, Bruce, is create a top list or something like that, and put a gap, not a gap, but change from the close of 10%. So you just use the change from the close, or the open. I mean, depending what you want to do, but the change. Where are we here? Change from the close percent, or change from the open percent. Okay, well, plus or minus. So you could have change from the close, add the filter. You could, if you only want to see stocks up 10% or down 10%, you just put 10 in the min, minus 10 in the max. Okay, as an example. SYPR, guys, it's been a little bit choppy, but alive and kicking. Coming into this really, I mean, well, we're over this area now. Well, I'm sorry, the 450 is the next area right here, 450. So here is where news is important. I mean, regardless of whether you think this news is a bunch of fluff, it doesn't really matter what we think. Yeah, this could start to run now. EBSB's been a little bit choppy. All right, I see you there, Andy. Okay, I will stop streaming now. Thank you, Andy.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Hopefully, some of you didn't hear me crunching down on some chips over here. Steve did. Good afternoon. Good morning, traders. Hi, Jacques. How are you, buddy? Good. Everything is good. Get a few more confirmations in there if I could, please. Hi, Iris. How are you? All right. Let's talk about the software. Let's talk about stocks. Let's talk about this crazy market. This is the Friday edition of the support webinar. This is Andy. Excuse me, my allergies are acting up a little bit this morning. Got a storms moving in. Hi, Jason. How are you? Hi, Sam. All right. Looks like we made contact. And once again, this is the support webinar. This was put together to help people with the software. So if you do have any questions about the software, this is the best place to come. The reason is you can just drop your question in our chat function there on our Google live stream, and we'll address it. I'll address it and use my desktop sharing to help you out with maybe any configuration you're struggling with. Oh, you're welcome, Sam. You are welcome. We try to get back. I know I was a little bit late on that one. Somebody actually sent it to me instead of just leaving it in the main forum where I'm usually at in there. And yeah, so it's a couple of days late on that. I'm sorry about that. Yes. I don't have them too bad, but just every time this time of year, when the wind starts to blowing and systems start moving in, yeah, I can get a little bit active. All right. So what a crazy market. I mean, but should we be surprised? It's been difficult. Anytime you see action like that yesterday, gets a little bit scary. But boy, today the bulls are right back in charge, pressing it up towards already close to yesterday's high. So see what happens. But man, in all my years, I've never seen anything like this zombie market. Steve and I call it. I think Steve tagged it that the zombie market that just no matter how much you think you've beaten it down, it just comes back. Oh, good, Sam. I'm glad that helped with the scan. Yeah, I remembered. I kind of remember what that was now. Yeah, it's amazing when you start to use when you're trying to pinpoint stocks, how you use bracket. I actually talked about this a lot in my webinar yesterday, how you can kind of bracket filters, to make sure the stock is in the area that you want it to be. Uh, Not recently. As a matter of fact, this is probably a good time because it's such a good topic, and they're very powerful filters. So let me just pull up what I discussed yesterday. This is called tight range strong score. Now not a lot of stuff in there today, but that's fine. You don't need, don't feel like every time you create a scan that if it doesn't have 50 stocks in there, it's not a good scan. Sometimes the best ones can be when it only produces a number of symbols. Uh, and what I was doing here, and it's probably you've seen it before with other scans that I've built, but I just really wanted to showcase the different range filters that I think are really important. Let me pull up my my pen while I'm doing this. All right, so let's take a look at the filters here, and I really want to showcase this position and range. We have tons of them on so many different time levels, and this is what I'm talking about, how you can kind of bracket using the minimum and the maximum there, and make sure a stock's in a certain portion of a time frame. Those are very powerful. these range, this 5-day range. Okay, if you want to find stocks that may be trading in a tight range over a certain period of time, in this case it's 5 days, you can just max out the percentage. Okay, I got 3% here, so no stock that has traded more than a 5% range. Now, probably what's throwing this off from yesterday is we had that really volatile moment there during midday where I'm sure stocks, sold off hard, so the ranges, maybe this right here, I'll take it up to 5% for today and see what it produces. But another range filter that's very powerful, and the other one would be change in. It's not in this one right here, guys, but if you go to search and you look in change, okay, so you can use these filters for stocks if you want to make sure there was been a certain percent increase over the last X amount of days. Okay, let's say you wanted to find stocks that were up at least 5% in the last 20 days. Okay, you could just add this filter and put 5 in the minimum here, and that would assure that the stock has had a move and now it is going sideways. This is how I created my bull flag intraday. Or both intraday and daily. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So if you're looking for, let's go to the bull flag daily setup here. Oh gosh, I accidentally clicked on oh boy, hold on. Let me get my layout back up. I accidentally clicked on a channel. It's not uncommon. All right, let me try that again. Bull flag daily setup. Let me just load it this way instead of trying to double click on it. Yeah, look at all these stocks in here. Now, as we go through these, you're going to see on the daily, okay, there's been a move up and then they've been kind of flagging, okay? And I will share this since this one is not in the channel anywhere, I don't think. No, it's not. This is, you're going to see there, look at that move and the kind of flagging. Now you can tighten this range up. This is kind of a messy one, but still a small move there and flagging. But you can see a lot of these. Apple's a great one right there. You've had a move out of a range and now it's been kind of flagging and going sideways. So let me show you what you can do if you want a tighter range. Okay, and I will, it's got some questions going in, so I will share this here in a minute. But let's say you want to find, you like what you're seeing here, but you want to find a tighter range. You could go in here and go to configure. Okay, hide and use is a good little function to pull up. Okay, so this is a 5-day range. This is 5%. So maybe if the market has been kind of not moving a whole lot and you want to find something that maybe has a tighter range, you could come in here and put 3% and click OK, and it would bring it down, and now it's going to show you those ones that have been kind of in a tighter range. Sogo, it doesn't look like it is, but you can see that's only a 10-cent move from there to there, so not a lot going there. I really like to keep it around 5%, and that way I can just use my eyeball to see, what matches the test there as far as things I'm looking at. But anyway, I'm going to share this and take a look, guys, on how I use the change the position in ranges and just the range filter, so to make sure that it hasn't moved a whole lot. So let me just go over here and I'll share this with you. Bull flag daily setup. Yeah, you can find some really nice looking charts in there, and I'll call it the bull flag. And then we'll have time here after I answer a few questions. I'll also show you my intraday one for this as well. It's the same concept. You're just building it on an intraday time frame versus a daily time frame. There you go. Okay, let me make sure I got some questions. Jason says, I am new. Is there an explanation somewhere for a definition of each and every column in the Windows, i.e. B plus AI strategy trades. You know what, Jason? It's uh, probably not going to find that in the materials that would. I mean, it's I know what you're talking about. These columns right here. Okay. A lot of them are self-explanatory. Obviously, entry time, exit time, uh, max profit of the day. We're probably not going to have anything in our manual. Now, good news, okay, it's hopefully by the test drive. As a matter of fact, I need to check with her today. We have Stephanie that we've hired recently. She is incredible in what she's doing. She is redoing our manual. So it's going to be cover so much more material. It's going to have built-in videos into it. It's going to be really cool, especially for those who like to really dive in and get into everything that Trade Ideas can do. It's going to be a really nifty manual that's going to be user-friendly, easy to access the topics you're looking for. So that being said, when it comes to columns, a lot of, like I said, these are self-explanatory. Probably the best thing to do, Jason, if you have a question, maybe jot down the ones that you don't understand and send them to an email to info@trade-ideas.com. I'll drop that email in there for you. And because there's just so much, for me to go over looking at each and every column, so probably the best thing to do, just the ones you don't understand, just send it to that email there, and we'll explain it for you. Now, we have some great videos on Holly. You can also include in there, in your email to send you the videos on the paper trader, the simulator, and then B plus. We have some great configuration videos, or just one really that's very inclusive, and will basically pretty much tell you everything you need to know about connecting Brokerage Plus and how to use it. So be sure you ask for those as well. Those videos will help explain a lot of stuff for you there, Jason. Yeah, that accidental channel change, it gets me every time, Burns. Oh, drives me crazy. Yeah, let me show you the intraday bull flag as well. It's a good one. I'm more of a swing trader, obviously, so I like the daily. But let's pull up the intraday so we can take a look at it. And oh, I did it again! My gosh. Okay, we're just clicking the load button from now on, man. No more of that. Okay, let's try this again. Twice in one webinar. That's pretty amazing, Andy. Okay, bull flag intraday. See, what I normally do is just double click on this, but for some reason when I do that, it's going and finding the channel underneath. That could be I'm using a very brand new dev version. It could be like a little bug. All right, so let's just load it this way. All right. Look at all these stocks lining up on this one. Okay, let's take a look at the configuration again, and you're going to see it's very similar to the one I just showed you, except this is going to be looking at intraday time frames. Okay, key ones. Once again, you're going to find position in previous day's range. There's another position in range I'm using. I want it near the high of yesterday's range, at least. I don't want it like right in the middle of the range when I see these bull flags setting up on the intraday. So I'm not using a max here, so it can already be through yesterday's high. It can be well through it. It just doesn't. I just might want to make sure it's not somewhere right down in the middle. Change from 10 period SMA. This one I kind of want close to the 10 period SMA, kind of act as a launching pad. Now I could take this out. We'll take it out and take a look at them here in a minute. 30-minute range. There's another range filter. Okay, I'm assuring the stock has not moved a whole lot in the last 30 minutes. It's at 0.3. And position in range. There's another range filter I'm using. I want it at the upper end of its range as it's forming, which it should be if it's forming this bull flag. and change from the close. Okay, this has to be up on the day. That's assuring me that there's been an up move and then some sideways action. Okay, and I could come in here and put a percent and make adjust this higher. Let's take a look and see what we have, and then we can play around with it as far as making adjustments. All right, let's see if these are meeting our eye here. Well, there you have it. See how you had that move out, and look at this flagging at all-time highs. And there's a lot of good stuff in this chart right here. So very powerful one there. Time for another drink of water, excuse me. All right, let's look at some more here. Look at there, bull flag move and going sideways, and there's your 10-period moving average. And look at this stock right here breaking out on the daily as well. So nice pattern there. So you can find some really good swing trades in this intraday one too. I looked at that one, BCARL. There you go. There's another one. Man, I'm gonna have to start looking at this thing more. Now, a lot of it has to do with the market. If you would have pulled this up yesterday in the afternoon, you probably wouldn't have been a whole lot of stuff in here, but that's okay. That's probably telling you not to be trying a whole lot of longs. Yeah, that's a pretty one. Now you can see it doesn't have to flag much. We're only looking for possibly, like maybe a 30 to 60 minute flag at the top. Boy, look at that thing over the last 2 months. Crazy. Okay, I think you guys are see how. So keep this in the back of your mind, okay? When you're thinking of geometrical patterns, some of them when you're asking for too much, like cup and handles and double bottoms, when you're trying to go too far back and looking at the highs and lows of different candles, it's tough to do, okay? But when you're looking for stocks that may be just moving and then in a tight range, you can build them with these position, in range filters and other range filters and change and things like that. So you can get really creative to create your own little patterns here. But wow, a lot of strong stocks out there. Now, if you wanted to come in here and look at some things that are stronger, let me share it first and then I'll do that. I'll share from over here. I'm about to create another one. Bull flag intraday, share, copy all. Here you go, guys. Yeah, this is a gem. I mean, I'll probably next time we build, or I redo the Traders Vault, I'll add this in there because it's a good one. Now, let's say you're like, man, I like it, but I'm getting a lot of symbols in here. Oh, that looks good there, doesn't it? Nice little cup and handle too. See, we created a cup and handle, not even trying to. Yeah, nice little boop, boop. So let's say you wanted to, you got the, I dropped the cloud link in there, so I'm just going to show you if you maybe wanted to tighten it up a little bit, or some things you could do just to eliminate how many alerts. You could always come in here and change from close, go to 1%. Okay, that's going to thin it out a little bit. You find stocks that are at least up 1%. You could also come in here and also do a relative volume if you wanted to. I think I have maybe a relative volume filter in there. You could take a look. But some nice looking stuff in there for sure. Hey Mike C, how are you, buddy? Yes. Okay, the shared scans of Lottie they should be in the, are you guys able to see the links I'm dropping in there? Uh-oh. Oh, it looks like I dropped them in the moderator. Let me see. Let me ask these guys. Let's see, Michael can make me. I don't know what happens. Sometimes it probably just drops off. Let me ask him real quick. Excuse me. Okay, so it looks like some people. let me try dropping it again real quick. So you caught the last one. Let me pull the both of them up, and I'll try to drop them and see if you guys can catch them real quick. Because I'm not sure if Michael's around. I think he's the only one that has the admin privileges to. Okay, so I got intraday, so let's do the daily one. And what am I doing? Okay, let's do the daily one first. Share, copy all. All right, here comes the daily. See if you guys be quick before they knock it off. And it's coming right now. Grab it quick. Looks like we have a little time. Oh, is it allowing me to stick now? Maybe Michael fixed it. All right, grab that. Now let me grab the intraday and drop it in. Michael may have fixed it. Okay, no, there it went away. So it does give you about, looks like 15 or 20 seconds. So here comes the intraday. You guys grab it quick. Okay, that looks like it gives you plenty of time to grab them, guys. So hopefully everybody was able to get it. Peter, did you miss it? Uh, hopefully everybody got it because it does keep it out there for about 20 seconds. Yeah, Michael, I don't think Michael's around. Oh, you're welcome, Bloody. You're welcome. Glad we're able to leave it out there for maybe 15 seconds so everybody could grab it. I'll have to make sure Michael makes me moderator again. Don't run, AI is your friend. All right, what is the market still kind of creeping higher here? Okay, looks like the questions panel is all full. I can't think. That's really the only one I shared yesterday or talked about. Those range filters yesterday in my webinar, and I'm always coming back to those because I think a lot of people miss the boat on those things. You can get, like I said, you can get really, really creative with those things. I'll just leave these down in case anybody wants to take a look at those later. Let's take a look at the markets real quick. SPYs getting really close to yesterday's high. Probably a foregone conclusion, but we never want to make assumptions like that. Qs, same, pretty much look identical. Diamonds, a little bit of a lag there in the diamonds. Maybe is Intel in the Dow? I wonder if it may be having an effect on the Dow. And IWM, it's What a mess. This thing looks like it's going to keep trying to break down and just pops back up. CDAC taking off, huh? Yeah, it was. Look at that volume yesterday. Crazy. Something else I talked about yesterday was when the market sells off. I always like to keep an eye on what held up, what was strong, what held up that day, and I like to use this revenue growth fishing. There's definitely some things in there, and a lot of China plays. I was in Neo. I sold it today just because I had a nice move. I bought it this above these 2-3 day high there, and it has earnings next week, so I just took my nice gain there and took it out, sold it today. But notice a lot of stocks. Even yesterday when the market was getting kind of whacked, the China internet's held up, FXI held up, big gap up today. But so anyway, if you don't mind playing some China plays, maybe some opportunity and. In that part of the world. Yeah, not to be confused with Kodak. Yeah, that's true. What's old Kodak doing these days? Did it come all the way back? They usually do. I haven't looked at it. Oh wait, what is that? What's that symbol? I can't even remember. I someone I don't play, obviously. Uh, Gosh, I can't remember that. Speaking of which, what is GameStop? Yeah, GameStop is kind of on that death march. You can see it's breaking out of a trend to the downside. This is why, I mean, it's okay to play these things when they're moving, but boy, don't get caught up and feel like, oh man, I know it's going to have its move at some point, and start playing every little green tick you see, because a lot of times when these kind of paint themselves in a corner like this, these will go on what we call a death march, and just continue to just sell off and sell off and sell off. That's right, Kodak. Thank you. Well, hey, having a good day today, but once again, the daily looks like crap. It's a strong downtrend. It's not something I would chase. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's if I really like the chart, well, great example is is Neo. Yes, it's one that I followed. I made more money in Neo last year than any stock. I just killed it, and haven't really played it this year at all. But I did notice it was starting to find this 200 day, starting to kind of go sideways in a wedge after a couple of months, and then had a little pop there. So I don't think there's anything wrong with bottom fishing. As a matter of fact, I love doing it, is because I know you can get some huge percentage gains when it happens. But just you have to know you're out and get out when you're wrong. So in other words, if it pops up and then it rolls back over, and just and trust me, I do that a lot. But that's okay. I can take those small little hits, because I know if I hit it, sometimes it's going to be a big one, and probably if I didn't have earnings next week, I probably would have stayed in some anyway. All right. Jason says, hi, what is the best way you have to filter out stocks for spotty charts in the pre and post market? I don't trade. I used to trade pre-market a lot back when I was a day trader, but I've kind of gotten away with it. I think probably the best thing to do is use a volume filter. Okay, if you're not using a volume filter, you're going to get a lot of stocks that look like Morse code, I call it, with a lot of dashes. I mean, sometimes on a 1 minute or 2 minute chart, they may not trade any shares at all, and that's when you start getting the gaps and the dashes in the chart. But Jason, as long as you're using I like to use 500,000. You're going to find pretty much that all my, most every one of my configurations is going to have 500,000 shares. Now, I know I probably missed things that may trade 300,000 a day when volume comes in, but that's okay. I like liquid stocks, and even stocks that trade 200 or 300,000, they can get very choppy, and they can have spreads of 7 to 10 cents really easy. I just don't, I don't like that. I like liquidity. Now, some people like stocks that trade, at least 2 or 3 million a day. I'm not that strong, hard on it, but I at least want 500,000 shares a day before. That usually prevents anything I see from having a spotty, choppy chart. Pre-market, if it's not doing volume, what you can do in pre-market, instead of using an average daily volume, is use a volume filter. So in other words, come in your pre-market charts, your pre-market scans, and just put use volume today. This is great to use anyway because if things are very active, say a stock only does normally 200,000 shares a day, but there's great news and today it's doing millions, you might not want to miss it. So what you can do is just use volume today. Shares is a good one for pre-market. And what I would do is I would use at least probably 100,000. I mean, let's face it. If there's any significant news at all, it's going to be doing at least 100,000. Okay, you don't want to be looking at these stocks that somebody's just hitting the offer, in pre-market for 1,000 shares. It's gonna divert your attention to the stuff you really should be looking at. So try using a volume today of 100,000 in pre-market, and that will assure you're going to probably not get a choppy, Morse code looking chart in pre-market. Yeah, if you're a momentum trader and you're just looking at things that are doing huge volume today and active, sometimes the volume today can be better than the average daily volume, because trust me, a lot of these low floaters that may only do 100,000 shares a day max, and then all of a sudden, it does 100 times volume. You don't want to miss that because you're using an average daily volume filter. So there's a good one in the momentum channel. Find the momentum. It's called Momo. Let me just pull it up and I'll show you. There you go. And if you look at this one, it's a momentum stock that is looking for a new high, and it's looking for strong 5-minute volume, strong 1-minute volume, okay? And there's no average daily volume in it at all, okay? Now, if you want to take this and just come in here and do, add 100,000 shares volume today, I think that would probably be wise. And once again, guys, you can find this in the momentum channel, and also in the Traders Vault. But that's a key. If you want to prevent spotty charts, use a volume today. Yes, Steve is right. Jason, that's a tough one. I mean, a lot of people give us a hard time, and rightfully so. On East Coast time, Eastern time, I think it starts getting data about 6:45, in between 6:45 and 7. Remember, that is, our company is on the West Coast, so really, to provide data earlier than that, we're going to have to probably hire two brand new techs who's willing to work a night shift. So it's not as easy as it sounds. It's not like we can just have a switch that automatically turns on. You got to have staff, anytime you're running the servers and pushing data through. So uh, it makes it kind of tough, tough on us. And and there's only a handful of people, but I do understand, because I used to be a trader and I used to get up pretty early and try to find the but you guys on the East Coast have an advantage where you can get up really early. But anyway, we know it's in high demand, and we'll see what happens in the future. But it's just you're really asking us to and tech guys that know our software and know the fixes. They have to be trained, and like I said, you got to be willing to work a night shift. So it's just not easy, as like I said, as it seems. Piton, is Piton on the move? Uh, no, that kind of looks like it may break down actually. Is that what you're referring to? Sorry about that. I had it somehow hit the mute up against my desk on my hard mute on my thing. Basically, what I was just explaining is the Momo, it does not have uh, a a setting for hitting a certain amount of high, whereas this Extreme Master Blaster, the stock has to be hitting like a 10-day high. That helps me when I'm trading momentum to avoid stocks that are in no man's land. Now, a lot of people don't care about that. That's fine. You could probably use something like this Momo. Would work great for you. I prefer to find stocks. Anything you see coming through here is going to be out of a range. In other words, it's not going to be in a in no man's land. And I was trying to find an example of one. Let me go back and show you, because it promised go back to today on this Momo. Probably a lot of stocks coming through today. Yeah, there's more available. Let me do more again. Maybe some of these ones this morning that came through would show you. Oh, that was an ugly move by Mattel this morning. Look at that. Woo! A lot of these are going to keep going, because all you have to do is kind of look at the market today. But something like this is a good example. Now, this may have come through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it wouldn't have. See, this is the kind of stuff that Master Blaster will prevent me from. Okay, so you had the volume there. It looks all good. Volume coming in, so everything's marrying up. But look at this thing. It's right in the middle of no man's land, I call it. It's in just a strange. I mean, I don't want to see those. Some people, they don't care, but that's me personally. I don't want to, be caught up in that one. It's actually one banging on the door right there. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure how long I had done that, so glad we're all back now. But I'm pretty sure that's what I was talking about. So coin doing right now? It's just kind of slopping. I need Tesla to get going, because I'm in some of these alternative energies. I've been looking for a bounce once again. Probably a little bit earlier, but not working yet. But some of these beaten up ones, like I said, if I have a reason for getting in, and I kind of like when I see things like this dark cloud. I mean, this bullish candle here. What's it called? Bullish engulfing is what it's called. After that day right there, I'm hoping it's going to build on that. So I am in this plug, but man, it's been like pulling teeth to try to get a bounce here. So you can see I don't mind. I'll definitely play the momentum stuff too, but when the market gets elevated like this, sometimes I like to look for laggers. That's why I caught that Neo, when I did. But I think had Tesla played ball, and which it hasn't been doing lately, I would have had a much bigger move in Neo, and probably a lot of these battery stocks. They're just not doing anything there. Not in that one. Not in that one yet. This right here, okay, if you're not using our software, you might not know this thing is running right into resistance right here. So let's go back on the chart and find out where that resistance is. It's a beautiful feature. Look at that. It's going back. I can't even go that far back in the chart. So it's going back over 2 years ago and letting you know that there is resistance there. Let's see if we can see it on the weekly. There it is. Going back to January 2018. So 3 years ago, and it's showing you, if you're just looking at a 3-month chart, that, hey, be careful. If you're playing momentum, this is hitting possibly hitting resistance there. Doesn't mean it can't go through, but if I'd been riding this all day, hey, that may be a good place to take some profits. It only shows you this if you're using a new high or a new high filtered alert. Okay, so if you click on something else, you're never going to see these filters. I'm sorry, the red line resistance. All right, guys, the question panel's open. I got about another 15 minutes, so if anybody has any questions, drop them in the chat. There's wrap coming through this one as well. Somebody, Richard, mentions Apple. Yeah, it's kind of a bull flag there. Up move, going sideways. Still kind of, in no man's land here. If you like playing big stocks like this, I don't really play a lot of these. I probably maybe just set you an alert there. If it breaks out of that range to the upside, could be a nice trade. And market is officially stupid. Nothing matters. Not that I'm definitely not being negative. I'm not short. Matter of fact, I'm a little long, but it's like crazy. It's just like crazy. Like nothing can take it down. Look, SMHs don't care about Intel's earnings. XLF financials close to. Retail. All right, guys, about 10 minutes. Yeah, Baba. It's kind of in no man's land. I thought it may get something here on this gap, once it kind of poked its head above that 50, but man, it just kind of bled right back and down. I don't know what's wrong with Baba. Yeah, I was expecting maybe a little more from like that. Some of these beaten up ones, China retail like JD and Baba, but yeah, just not really not getting anything going. Juniper was setting up really nicely over here. As a matter of fact, I tried it on this day right here. It got stopped out really quick when they don't work like that. But yeah, I was really surprised that one. That was setting up really nicely there. Just set my alert and forget about it. Set it and forget it. It's probably the best advice I could give you when you're looking for setups. Let's take a look, see how the Master Blaster is performing today. Well, I shouldn't say performing. It's not like it's trading. But boy, had it been. There's another one. There you had the resistance up there, got close to it. Now it's starting to bleed off a little bit. And rail, same thing. Poke a little head above it. Let's see if it meets some. All right, guys. Probably about 5 more minutes left. Kind of gotten quiet. Of course, I can see why. Market's breaking out, trying to go to all-time highs. So you guys are probably counting your money over there. ASO's this Academy Sports setting up pretty good here. Try to draw you. I'll just use my lines here. Nice little wedge it's building. That's not the one I wanted. Potentially explosive wedge right here. Might want to keep an eye on that. Close to all-time highs, which was this point right here, I believe. Yeah, AMD is trying there, and looks like it kind of have earnings. What is that? Probably Tuesday or something like that. So got to be careful anytime you see those. Our software will mark them up yellow as they're coming, getting closer to it, and then like the day before, it'll turn red. Okay, Fred, APDN. Let's take a look. Yeah, trying to. It's biotech. It looks like, and it's pretty thin. It looks pretty. It's this scares me right here, Fred. But it's only done 38,000 shares a day. And this is what I was talking about earlier. How you get those kind of Morse code looking dots and dashes can make it tougher trading. But if you're swing trading it or something like that, that's maybe not doesn't matter to you that much. But yeah, it's pretty thin. Yeah, Morse code chart. Yeah, there you go. All right, guys, just a couple of more minutes. I'm going to go ahead and let you know now because we have to make the transfer quickly before Barry doesn't lose you guys when we make it. Uh, have a great weekend. Crazy market. Don't get stubborn if you're trying to short this market because it's just a zombie market up until this point. so, but anyway, everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself. Pins trying to reverse. Yeah, trying. What did Snap do? They had earnings. Yeah, gap up, gap and crap there. Yeah, that's coming up to some really strong resistance there. Volume is definitely still there. But right where our resistance line is showing you, you can see a lot of points there. That's what we call a pivot level. Okay, so you had an attempt here, there, there, and there. So that's a strong pivot level that it's coming up to in that. But what will win? Look at the volume in this thing. So maybe that's enough strength to get through it. Hard to say on a Friday afternoon, but something to definitely keep an eye out. I'd probably be more uh, apt to see what it would maybe put alert around 20 and forget about it and see if it breaks through that range here in the coming days. Of course, it has a little bit of stuff over here too, but oh well. Thank you, Mike C. Appreciate it. You have a great weekend. Let me let Barry know that I am ready when he is. Uh, I never like buying into resistance like that, especially after you got a 43% move here. By the time it gets there, that's not me. I would rather have caught it on the maybe breakout above this level right here. Basically, yesterday's high, which also took out a kind of a pivot level as well, doing that volume. Like to have seen it there. Obviously, I was probably busy doing something else at the time, but that's where I would like to catch something now. I would never, on a day like today, chase a breakout through that level just because I would fear that it's a head fake. I'm not one to chase big long candles like that. Now, if it comes in, you know, Monday and puts in what I would call like a gap, a kind of a pause day where it does like maybe a little inside doji but holds up pretty well, and the following day it's what we call it go pause go. It's very likely. Then we could be talking about this thing going another $6 or so. That's why I'm sticking that price alert right there. So if Monday we do have a pause day and just kind of hangs out up here near the resistance, and then the following day those can be really strong signals. It's what we call, like I said, a go pause go. So but no, I wouldn't do it today if it got up there. I'll just have to watch it go without me if it's going to do that. All right, let me tell Barry. Ready when you are. Okay, looks like Barry's starting now, so I'll be cutting off real quickly. Have a great weekend, everyone. Okay, he's on. We'll see you.
Without sending the symbol to external linking. Well, if I can understand what you're saying, in our charts, there are only two options. If you right-click our charts, properties, and you either have symbol linking checked or you don't. Okay, so I have all these charts. These 6 charts are all symbol linking is checked. So that's why when I click on a symbol, I don't have to send it. I don't have to send it to a chart window. It just is going to go. It's going to go to these charts. And the reason SPY doesn't change is because I have it unchecked. Does that answer your question? Again, we only have checked or unchecked. That's it. But you certainly don't have to send a symbol to external linking. I mean, that's what I do all day long. I just click on symbols all day long, and they all change. So again, right-click, properties, and symbol linking, checked or unchecked. That's it. Only 2 options. Okay, does that answer your question? Well, you must have done something then, because when you say it sends it to external linking, there's only one. You must have set up an external link somehow. If that's the case, then if you can find it, then just disable it or delete it. Just delete it. You don't have to do that. Like one of them, you can. Okay, does that make sense? You just have to find. I've never done that. Yeah. So what this is if you, I believe it's the default is taking 100 shares. Okay. So if you took 100 shares of the stock at this price, okay, say MVIS at 18.55. If you allowed it to stop out at that smart stop, you'd lose $78. The target is just double the stop. You can see if I multiply 78 by 2, 157. Okay, so that's the, and I think you can change the options. I think here, AI trade size or trade size. Yeah, it's 100 shares. So you could do dollars per share or dollars per trade or based on a stop loss, okay? So I think the default is saying, okay, if you took 100 shares every trade, then, and if you take, you get a more expensive stock. Well, it's not that expensive, but, if you took 100 shares of this and you allowed it to stop out, you'd be down $200 versus the target, 400. Again, the target is just double the stop. You want to pay attention, then this is just some, this is just a guide. You don't have to, but it's sort of setting up a what if scenario. But why would you want to set up external linking at all, Jason? I'm not sure I understand why would you want to set up external linking at all for the charts? I mean, I don't use the, in fact, I'm not even sure why I would ever, oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that then. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any way around that. I have never used the double click. I mean, it's an either or, obviously. See, I have a trading view, and so when I click on the alert, it loads in here also. I have a trading view chart that I have up, and I just single click and it loads into everything. If I had some interactive brokers charts up, it would load into my interactive brokers charts also. Yeah, I mean EBSB is really nice now. I mean, again, look at the base right there, just around 21. A lot of opportunity to get back into this trade if you got out. Oh man, this one has left me behind, unfortunately. Now, a couple little pullbacks, but ZH. Yeah, so that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen, Jason. I mean, if you want to put in a future request, but I doubt that's going to happen. You're the first person since 2010, since I've been a customer, who has asked a question like that. I'm not saying nobody else has thought about it, but you're the first person that I have seen ask for something like that. Okay, Scott B., you're not clear on how to save or set up your own layout, my layout. Okay, I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly. So, do you mean you don't know how to load my layout? Ah, MVIS. Did you ever get my layout loaded on your screen? No, just stocks. No Forex, no futures. Okay, so what is the question then? If you wanted to save my layout, then you would file, save layout. You could save it to your computer, give it a name. I always recommend though, file, save or share to cloud. Click entire, give it a name, and save it. So now it's in your cloud. Okay, and now it's important to save things to the cloud because you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So let's just say I'm obviously working on a desktop, but if on my laptop, instead of my having to recreate everything, all I do is I just load the program onto my laptop and then I just file load from cloud. And if as long as I've saved it into the cloud, then I can load my layout or individual windows. Okay, so if you have a layout, I see. Okay, so now you're talking about here, Barry's home page. Okay, and now you're talking about these scans here, right? So if you wanted, so you might have my layout, but now you want to add, as an example, the gap continuation or reverse. Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, all you do is this. So you've got your layout, and then you just click on it, whatever you want to load. So I'm going to click on the gap continuation or release, or reverse. So here is the link up here. I highlight it, copy it. Okay, now I've Control C, I've copied it. Then file, load from cloud, and notice that the link is already here. Okay, then I load it. Now it'll just appear on your screen. Okay, it'll appear on your screen along with my layout. And you can do that. You can add as many individual screens as you want. Then all you do is save your layout. File, then you can save or share to cloud again, entire. You can give, if you want to give it the same name, that's fine, and save it. So now you've incorporated this screen and any others that you might want. You can also save it to your computer, file, save the layout. You can override the name and save it. Okay, so you can keep adding as many screens as you want. You can create your own scan, of course, have it up there and say, yeah, I like it, add it, and just all you have to do is save your layout. Okay, now the other thing is this. If you have 4 monitors, I have 3 monitors. So you're probably going to want to listen to this, and anybody else with multiple monitors, you probably want to listen to this. Even if you only have 1 monitor, but it's definitely multiple monitors. So what you do is you take your toolbar and you put it in the upper left-hand corner as what you'll designate as your main monitor. So this is what I've designated as my main monitor. This is the one that I share with everybody, okay? But I have, I've got this on another monitor. I have other Trade Ideas windows on other monitors. Okay, so what you do is you arrange all of your Trade Ideas windows exactly where you want them on your main monitor and on your other monitors. Okay, once you've done that, then click on Tools from the toolbar, Options, and then you see where it says Layouts. Click on Layouts. And then this is the key, loading layout. So you see where it says open relative to main window? Check that. Check it and save it. Okay, when you do, I'm not going to do it, but when you do that, and then when you exit, when you then save your work, because Trade Ideas has to know that you want that actually saved, okay? Save your work. I always do this too, File, and if I click on exit, It's going to ask me, do you want to save your last layout? Yes or no? I always say yes because I use the same layout virtually every day. Okay, so now when you load trade ideas again, when you exit trade ideas and then you load it again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. All your trade ideas windows will be. So again, a watch list. There was only one good one today. Use it as a watch list. Only one good one today out of the AI. That's why I'm saying, you want to auto trade this, you'd lose money. You took every trade, you'd lose money. But if you just use it as a watch list and track, who cares about the ones that aren't doing anything? Just keep an eye on the one that is working, or ones. Today there's only one. That's how you can use the AI. I mean, this is an all-time high now for EBSB. I don't know. I mean, maybe next. I mean, I know you're talking about where they invite. They have the investment or investor conference, whatever it's called. They've been in October. I have no idea. It all depends on a lot of travel restrictions. I mean, hopefully by October they're over. But I don't know. I don't know. All right, guys, let's take a look at RMTI. Did it do anything? 109? Yeah, 120. Not a big fan of these really cheap ones, but I guess my minimum here is $1. You never know. Every now and then you get one. But there's a 200-day moving average, and we're almost stalled right there. Every now and then you get one of these crazy, really, really cheap ones that go up $2, $3, $4, $5. Haven't seen one like that for a while. We used to see those almost regularly, like one a week for a little while. And that's when you get the 4 or 5, 600% increases in the day. Haven't seen one like that for a while. So Scott, let me know how it worked, okay? When you say you'll try, I want to make sure it works. Once you do it a couple of times, first of all, well, with the saving your layout in terms of the having the windows open where you want them, that should only, probably only have to do that once. The bottom line is I don't want you going away today still not understanding or not being able to figure it out, okay? That's the bottom line. We'll just have to figure out a way so that I can explain it more clearly if you can't do it. Okay. Well, the 20 short lessons, though, I think that'll help. I mean, that shows you how to collaborate, like, cloud linking and all that stuff. I'd probably take a look at that also then, the 20 short lessons. I mean, the one right here. Intro to the cloud. I think that'll help. Should help. So they're not going to let Canadian Pacific buy KSU, really? It's funny because I saw this one in the pre-market, had absolutely no volume, EBSB, no volume. Look at the volume, there's no volume at all, but it took for the market to open, and it's trading 60 times normal now, and that's the EBSB. Yeah, look at the volume. I actually have this on a thumbnail on another chart, RIGL. I noticed this big pop here. Look at the volume that's coming in. That's almost half the volume of the day right here. Look at this, 2 million shares have traded. Half of it right here. You talk about a whippy stock. Look at Skills, SKLZ. Up, pre-market, down, pull back. Now it's starting to move again. SKLZ. What, Wriggle? Or no, you're talking about, yeah, you're talking about the other one, yes. I know that she is in that one, the Skills. All right, guys. So I am watching now. So the IPOs we had today, we had there was one other one I think, but swim. So I have an alert set up here. Want to see if it later on it takes that high out. I have IMPL. This doesn't look like it's going to do it at all. I'll stick the alert up here, but I have my doubts about this one. And then the other one was rain. I have my doubts about this one too. So really, swim. And I think there wasn't there one other one today. Let me just check my price alerts window. AGTI. So what is AG? So you know what? Swim is the only one, guys, that looks. And TMCI. Let me see. Okay, TMCI is the other one. You're right. There were 5. So I'll stick an alert up here. All I'm doing is just I'm putting alerts at the highs now, and seeing if they take them out later on. A lot of times that's what can happen. But the other 3 are no bueno. But the swim and you know, I mean, this is not that far from that high. So what can happen is all of a sudden you get some volume coming in, taking it right through the high. The one I'm mildly disappointed about is Cala. I was really hoping that this would take this out and really have a surge to the 9 level. It just didn't happen. May happen next week. And the SPY is still doing its little march up. Little pullback right here. All right. Well, no 1 o'clock surprise today. here's the start. Here's 1 o'clock. Here's the start. No 1 o'clock surprise today. You too, Bad Bob. Have a great weekend. Okay, guys, OCGN may not be done. Look at this OCGN, the way it's starting to trade right here. Okay, there's that move down, holding. It still has some room, you know, to the next high, 1405. Obviously, not talking about today's high, but looking left, 1405. What did it get to? 1365. So it's got really close. Really close. The best way to use this for swing trading, one of the things you can do, we do have a swing trading tab, okay? You can head in there. A lot of swing trading ideas there, all right? I don't know the best way because I don't swing trade very often. We do have a swing trading channel. If you click on new, channel bar, and one of the where are you? One of the channel swing ideas. You can try that. Take a look at the swing ideas. Okay, Femi. Remember, it's a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have the one layout loaded at a time. So you can check that channel out. Now the other thing is that the AI is not, look, anything you're getting in the AI could, depending on how it closes, I mean, I'm gonna use this one as an obvious example, EBSB. Well, there's no resistance, obviously. It's an all-time high. If this closes well and you chose to swing it, you could do it, as an example. Okay? A lot of the AI alerts, a lot of my alerts here, there usually is room for them to run. Doesn't mean, they're all fantastic swing ideas, but there's usually room for anything. Like, look at the ZH as an example. I guess this was an IPO here. I mean, there's an all-time high. If you chose to keep this one, that's up to you. Swing trading to me is just a mindset. So I don't know if there's such a thing as the best way. To me, if a stock closes well, anything you see that closes well, closing well meaning near the high of the day. In fact, maybe it's time. I haven't shown this for a while. These are my 4 rules for swing trading. Haven't shown this one for a while. You can take a screenshot of this. It's actually in the room, in this room. I think I still haven't used this for so long now. Where are you? Folders, room drive. So here it is. So if you find the room drive icon up here, the room drive icon, and then where it says my 4 rules for swing trading, it is there. Otherwise, you can just take a screenshot. But this is what I do. Okay, if I'm going to swing trade anything at all. So when I'm clicking on these alerts, they're already at a new high or a new low for the day. So I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking at these higher time frames. Okay, where could it keep going to? All right, is there any resistance on these higher time frames? So if I see a nice gap, I mean, obviously the ZH, there's no resistance because it's an all-time high. So, in theory, it could go anywhere, higher, because at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. So imagine if I clicked on that alert right now and this right here was just up here. I would look at that and go, I might struggle to get through this. Okay? So that's why I'm always looking at the higher time frames. So that's why I'm looking at the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart. I am checking to see where the 200-day moving average is. I don't want it to be sitting just on top because that could stall it. I'm always looking to see when the company is due to release earnings. I will never hold through earnings. And I'll always check another source. Like, we do have an earnings date here, but I will always check another source, FinViz or something like that, just to make sure. So if I can go check, then I want the stock to close near the high of the day. So I'm only going to know that near the end of the day. Why do I want the stock to close near the high of the day? Because I don't want to have to worry about if this stock pulled all the way back. So if the other 3 conditions were met, but this stock pulled all the way back, and I decided to take it, now I got to worry about today's high. Remember, I'm taking it for tomorrow. Now I got to worry about today's high. Will it pop? Will it be able to get through today's high? Whereas if it closes nearer today's high, I don't mean it has to close like right on the penny. Then I don't have to worry about today's high tomorrow. Hopefully that makes sense. So if I can go check, then it becomes a swing candidate. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of this. And you can see, this is obviously a dramatic case. of something that had a huge gap down. I don't even remember what the stock is. But obviously a huge amount of room it can run. The 200-day is above it, but it was way above it. So, that's not going to stop it. So again, I'll leave this up. If you want to take a screenshot of this, you're more than welcome. I would agree, the dreamer. And I'm not a big swing trader. Here's my swing trade. Holding OCGN overnight. That was my swing trade. Unfortunately, not still in it, but that was my swing trade. $347.56. That's really nice. You guys I know you're short this. Way out of my price range, but look at the SPY. Remember we were just looking, I don't know, 15 minutes ago? We were looking at this, but it's now a green bar. This is a little bit like the EBSB. It's a financial. I would call this a somewhat obscure one too. It's an earnings play. Not very much volume. That's the major problem. Not very much volume, but there's the all-time high right up here. So today we've had RF, another regional bank. That looks the same as the other one I just showed you. Another earnings play. So right now we've got a lot of the little regional banks. We have the FFBC, RF, FHB, FFIN. I think this is a bank too, Ozark. Yeah, another bank. So we got a lot of these regional banks. I'm sure this is another bank, SBCF, yep. And of course, the EBSB. Yeah, I actually have it up. I take a glance at it. Let me just do a quick check here. We have it at April 27th. I don't know if they just decided on their own to release a little bit early. It's interesting because I went to FinViz and they don't even have it listed. I mean, have it listed, but they don't have an earnings date. So, I'd like to kind of dump all over our. We're looking at even changing our provider for earnings, but I don't know. I don't know what we could do there. It's like they decided to release earnings early. Joe, hopefully it's you. My screen should not be blurry. IJ, you're there. Is my screen blurry? I know we had an issue a while back with pixelization, but I think that was cleared up. No, but okay. So there is a Joe. I mean, you probably know this, but I mean, you got to select 1080 HD, right? But you've been in the room before, so yeah. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Demetrius. Thanks. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. I should reference. I was talking to somebody in the YouTube room. So they must have released early. Then they decided to release early. EBSB. Yeah, but he's been in the room before. So in the YouTube room before. So anyway, he'll have to figure it out. This is a sort of thing. Okay, guys, there's TMCI just made a new high. Okay, now the issue with it, terrible spread. 2802, 2860. I mean, the spread is starting to tighten up a little bit. It makes it almost very difficult to trade. I would like to take it, breaking the new high or the high over here. But the spread is just a little bit bad. Now, this is definitely a pet peeve of mine then. Not a pet peeve. This is several sources have them releasing EBSB releasing April 27th, okay? Several sources. And for whatever reason, they decided to release early. Now, in this particular case, if you were, so you could have been long here. And, if you're like me, not wanting to hold through earnings, and all of a sudden, I mean, okay, in this particular case, assuming you were long, you would have been ecstatic, sure, but there's no guarantee that, the stock could have tanked also. So I don't know why they do that. All right, you guys are talking about TCAT. You're making me look at it. And the ends, whoops. Yeah, well, I gotta say, I mean, it's had a great 3 days. I mean, a tremendous 3 days. I mean, look at this. I mean, 3 days ago, this was a $17 at $17. Not quite double. Now, maybe tank. Yeah, I guess that's a possibility. It doesn't. Again, if you're long before, then it's great. But yeah, skills again is right. How big are these pullbacks? So we go 1822 down to 1778. I guess that's not terrible, but all right. So this is what I'm really, really looking at again. Okay, this TMCI. It's a bio. Oops. Again, IPOs on the day of, absolutely not for everybody. And they're really not for me. I mean, I'm just looking at this to see if it takes out this high again. The problem, I probably would have taken the trade, except that the spread was terrible. The spread is now down to 6 cents. Now, let me just see who's behind this one. And let's see, this is okay, so we've got JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. Those are the two. And Stifel and I see SVB a lot now. A couple of the co-managers, but the managers, JP Morgan, or the main ones are JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. So a couple of named institutions behind this one. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay. So, I mean, this is excellent. I mean, look at that, $17, $11 million in the float, $17. So this is, $10 above. So there's a lot of enthusiasm right now for this stock. Now, whether it takes this high out later on, that's another thing. And again, if you want this link, I'll just pop it in here. So you can track IPOs yourself. And then all you do is click on the calendar and you'll see the upcoming ones. So these are the ones, well, these are this week. You see the ones from next week. Not too many. Well, Rail's coming back, so what a day it's having. wiping out almost all of this downturn. And ZH keeps trucking on also. What do they do? Advertising, China advertising, okay. All right, guys. So this one had some news yesterday. It didn't do anything other than give a short opportunity from the AI. It is a NFT play. Some volume coming in. GRNQ. I'm talking about GRNQ. Low float China stock. Well, okay, Hong Kong. Sorry. But it really didn't do much. So I'm just looking at this obviously this NFT. What is Dolphin doing? Or Dolphin? Yeah, kind of the same. So for whatever reason, the NFTs are surging a bit, but TCAT is certainly leading the way. Well, Moderna is still surging a little bit. What was the high yesterday? 179. Well, CGN guys, you're just kind of basing here. I mean, would it surprise anybody if some volume comes in, like maybe a volume bar like that, and it just pops right through? Need the volume. Man, what a day today in this certainly not a sleepy Friday afternoon, that's for sure, or a sleepy Friday. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock. Oh, look, a little volume came into Axle, but a lot of resistance nearby. That's for the AXL. How about GoGo? What is it doing? Volume coming into GoGo. Well, yeah, I mean, if it could take out 11, it has a shot to get into this 12 to 13 area. I haven't looked at CCIV in a long time. I think I was just sort of in that $20 range. Yeah, $20 range, just doing nothing. Yeah, skills is something that, I mean, it's had some pullback. Well, actually, you look at the 5 minute chart, it's not that bad. A little pullback, little stall. Looks even kind of worse on the 15, but this almost looks like a red bar ignored. But it's very whippy, yes. You got to be prepared for like $1 to $2 swings just like that. So you're going to take this. You can't take as many shares if you're going to take that wide of a stop. Just a moment, please. The Zeds are wild, guys. Zedkin, ZH, Laser, Skills. Anything with a Z in it is moving. Yeah, I know I said Z. Anything with a Z in it is moving. We should do a search on Z stocks. Okay, well, you talked about WKEY, but look at Dolphin, DLPN. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know why these are all of a sudden surging again. I don't know. Maybe anybody with any insight other than, all right, traders want to trade this one now, and it's dragging them all up. I don't know if there's any special insight. I don't want to even look. I will look though because you mentioned it, Poe. Over 50? Oh, good. It's not over 50. I thought it was going to be over 50. Talking about the Playboy. Still unbelievable. Still unbelievable, yes. All right, guys, there's swim. Well, think or swim. Oh, there's swim. What am I talking about? There's swim. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the AG or the TMCI as the one that might take this out. Okay, so briefly took it out. I'm going to put another alert here. The market doing what it's doing, you know, there's a little euphoric reaction right now. So well, I think it's just your ideas, Demetrius. There's a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, AMC is waking up. What a nice big move on the 5 minute, 2 minute, 15 minute. Okay, that looks like it's over for OCGN, at least for a while. And I think our friend Zach is short this one. I think he is. Okay, just a minute, please. It is the forum. Okay, so yeah, we do have. You're talking about change, say in 1 minute. We go down to 1 minute. And for volume fluctuation, yes. So for instance, one of the ones we use a lot of, the volume 1 minute percent. So in other words, if you use that filter as an example, and just say you put 1,000 in there, that means that it is trading 1,000% greater than the previous 1 minute candles over, I can't remember if it's a 10-day or a 14-day timeline, as an example. Okay? So 1 minute percent change. Yeah, I mean, we have definitely, so the volume 1 minute and also just the volume itself or the price. So we do have things like that, yes. Yeah, definitely we have the runners. I mean, you can use things like this. So running up now, and you can specify a dollar amount as an example. So if you want to see things running up, 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, you can do things like that. No, not quite like that. In terms of the greater, no. We're not good at referencing intraday volume, things like that, okay? That's not what we're good at, but we've got a lot of... Well, in fact, why don't you do this? I mean, I can just send this to you. You can take a look at the filters that we've got. I mean, these are literally all the filters and alerts that we have, okay? And then you can make up your mind. You can also, if you want, we've got this test drive coming up. May the 10th to the 21st. Let me just give you the link here. Oh, you've joined it. Okay, so you know. Okay, so, well, that'll give you a good idea. Plus, we've got the support. We've got this room. We've got all the other support. We've got the webinars. We've got the between 12 and 1 every day in our YouTube room. So lots of support. Okay, keep an eye on FSR. This is so interesting. Look at the FSR, guys. Trying to break out a little bit here, 1404, over that whole number. They got up to 1437. Not that that's wild, but I mean, the interesting thing to me anyway, remember, Bank of America put a $30 price target on it. I think it was on Monday. I think that's what caused it to pop. And then Goldman came out yesterday with a $10 price target. So Well, if Ballard is making a new high, my guess is Plug is probably doing the same thing, and Fuel Cell. Yeah, it looks like Ballard is actually leading the way just a little bit, I guess. Mm-hmm. This has been probably one of the most active Fridays that I can remember. After one of the most active Thursdays that I can remember because of yesterday's SPY action. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, look at that. We're almost at the new high, all-time high again. 417.91. So we're at 417.16. All right, I want to just for fun put this conditional buy alert for Kala, K-A-L-A, above that high right there, which just looks like 834. See if it takes it out later on. So click that buy button and that should appear right on the chart. There we are. So there's that big blue button. So if it gets up to 834, it'll take the trade. All right, guys. Well, this one looks actually, what's the spread like? Yeah, 25, 31, 25, 50. So we're going to always probably have this spread issue with these IPOs anyway. And if you're going to take one of these, I mean, you're going to be really, really, really quick, okay, to get out also, because I don't think these are going to just keep soaring for the rest of the day. Well, guys, the bloom is off for a while again for the NKLA. Remember, early on, it had the big pop up to 1260. It looked like it was going to keep going, and then it's just been fading ever since. And that's the NKLA. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I'm actually seeing, believe it or not, maybe the minor SPY weakness. Minor. And a red bar there, green bar, red bar here is very minor. So let's see if it takes this out here. Right there, takes that out and starts to move down a bit. I mean, we've had virtually no pullback in the market today. Just can't get into these. Can't get into this Bitcoin stuff right now. Well, oh man, oh man, oh man. If you've got this, that is my sound alert for the gap continuation and reverse. You know, I saw somebody mention camp a lot earlier. Hardly any volume, really. I mean, it's an earnings play. I saw somebody ask me about, I forgot to answer. I mean, it's an earnings play, but there's really not that much volume. I mean, it's almost 5 times normal. But, you know, typically, and I've seen this stock in the past, I would have thought there'd be a lot more volume. But maybe not. There's just not that much volume. I mean, even here, I mean, there's one of the bigger volume days, and it's just a little bit more than today's. Usually when a company releases earnings, you know, that's when they have a big volume day, but not really. I mean, it's had a tremendous share price day, over 18%, but let me just see what sort of resistance this has. I think the next highs are around 15. I mean, so this in theory has some room. Yes, Greg, that's exactly it. So for instance, if I click on, let's see if I find something like laser, LAZR. So there, on the 15-minute chart, there's where the alert happened, okay? I'd have to back up to 5. And there it is on the 5-minute chart. And I'd have to really back up the 2-minute chart to see it. But yes, it. Yeah, if you see something in the y-axis, then that is an AI alert. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're talking about previous. Yes. So, for instance, HCAT back here as a buy back here. Yes, that means that this was an AI alert. Not too bad. I mean, right now. I mean, it's a few months ago. I do remember this one. So yeah, that means this was an AI alert back here. And you can kind of track to see how it did since then. And then the other difference is that if you see anything in the y-axis, so it's sort of covered up right now because the price is right there. Let's see if I get something else. Yeah, so if you see something in the y-axis, that means that this was an AI alert at 40.39, and here was the stop. Yeah, a little bit of a downturn now. This is the first, let me see how big that candle is. This is the biggest candle of the day, believe it or not. A red candle for the SPY. Little bit of volume coming in. So I'll have to see what happens here. So obviously if you've been long things that have been going up with the SPY, then check them. All right, so swim is starting to move down. So guys, it's almost 2:30. So what I'm going to do right now, one last talking about the test drive and my homepage link, etc. Okay, before we wrap this up at 3 o'clock. All right, so here is the test drive link. So again, what does it mean if you click on the link? I didn't even go down here. Look at all the information you get. Wow. Okay, so the test drive. So for $8.99, you'll have up to 10 trading days with trade ideas, okay? What do I mean? What do I mean by that? You'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. And I say up to, it's only if you can take advantage of it between May the 10th and 21st. Those are the 10 trading days. So if you can't take advantage of the full, then you'll get less. In other words, if you start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days. If you can start on the 10th, but you can't go to the 21st, say you go to the 20th, you'll get 9 days. I just want to make sure I don't want to mislead anybody. Okay, so it's not 10 days from whenever you start. The reason is because all of our support is built into this time frame. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also take part in this. You can upgrade. We'll upgrade you for those 2 weeks for the $8.99. Okay, so you can also take part just to check out the premium service if that's what you want to do. The other thing is that don't worry, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't automatically put you into a subscription. You know, there'll be a nice promo code for you afterwards, but we don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. What you're doing right now, if you sign up, is you're pre-registering. So you will not get any data, live data, until the 10th. So please don't bug our support people. Say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Now, typically what we do is around 2 hours. What day will that be? So the 10th, 9, 8. So the 7th. So the 7th is a Friday. Typically what we do is a couple hours after the market closes on the Friday, because this is a Monday, we let you download the program so you can play around with it over the weekend, okay? Or well, plus whatever's left on Friday for you, depending on your time zone, and then the weekend. So you can kind of get geared up for when you start getting live data on the 10th. Okay, so that is the test drive. We used to do it 4 times a year. My guess is probably only going to do it twice a year now. So now's the time. Now, the other thing I didn't talk about today, but I will talk a little bit about our strength alerts. So this is a new service that we just started a couple of weeks. Yeah, well, the weekend before, yeah. I mean, Friday afternoon, 2 hours after the market closes, so you have it for the balance of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then Monday it starts. Okay? There's no extra cost for Brokers Plus, no. Didn't you ask that question before, Ajit? There's no extra cost. Okay, the strength alerts. So if you click on the strength alerts, this is what it is. This is really, really entry level, okay? For $17 a month, we'll deliver 5 ideas to you Monday morning, okay? And they get changed every Monday morning. And if you read through this, it'll explain, how they come up with the ideas. It is a ranking system. They take the top 5 stocks and they deliver them to you. So if you read through this, it'll indicate, what the format is. This is really, really entry level, really geared for people who can't sit in front of a computer all day long or don't want to sit in front of a computer all day long and trade. Okay? So this is for $17 a month. Now, if you are currently a subscriber, this is available to you from our channel bar. All you have to do is click New, Channel Bar, and again, if you're a standard or premium subscriber, strength alerts. So it's a channel devoted to them. So you can just click on that channel and you can see what it's all about. Those are the strength alerts. Again, that's a brand new service. And then I would just put in my link to my home page. Okay, guys, there's the swim again. And look at this topping tail and right back down. Just can't maintain it yet. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, and I would encourage you, there's a lot of information on my homepage, so you can always save the link. And this is what you're going to see. You know, a way to take out a subscription right here. Here's a promo code. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. But you also get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done, I do a stock of the day video right here. And all the scans that I'm sharing right here. My layout that you can see, plus all the individual scans that you might want to take a look at. And education link right here. So if you don't have trade ideas, you know, I would, in fact, if you're going to be part of this test drive, I would actually take a look at the 20 lessons. I mean, you won't be able to actually do them, but you can see what we have to offer and kind of get geared up for it. So say on the Friday afternoon, 2 hours after the market closes, you can look at this and then you can start to say, okay, what is a top list? Maybe building one. Alert windows, creating one. I mean, the data's not live, of course, because the market's closed, but you'll have a leg up. You know, so you should be better prepared Monday morning if you take a look at this. I'm going to demand, in fact, that if you are part of the test drive, that you take a look at this before you take the test drive. And this is just the 20 short lessons. And it's all text-based. And okay, here's the daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The free trading room, this is this room here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You know, if you sign up for them, even if you don't attend them, you'll get an email with the link as for the recording. More educational videos here, okay? AI channel, Holly, okay? And back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, never traded a stock in your life, this is it. This is for you. What is a stock? Okay? That's about as basic as you get. What is a stock? Intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. And this is a video series put on by Michael Noss, who works at Trade Ideas. And I think they're very quick videos. And some trading ebooks right here. So that's why I'm saying lots and lots of information on my homepage. So save the link, and then you can take a look at all that more or less at your leisure. Yeah, I mean, it will not take you 20 days. I mean, listen, when it was first put together, a little of a, you know, marketing, if you will, 20 lessons, 20 days. Well, they're definitely swing trade ideas, Philby. I mean, you can hold them as long as you want, of course, but they are swing trade ideas. Yes, you're talking about the strength alerts? Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works exactly, PMA. You'll definitely get. I can't remember when you actually create a password. I don't know on the sign up. Maybe on the sign up you create the password. I can't remember. But if you do sign up for it must be all. You just have to read the instructions. I'm pretty sure it must be laid out. You mean you signed up last time for the one we had in November? Oh, well, it's not open though. I mean, you know, you're not. It doesn't start till the 10th, May the 10th. So I mean, there's nothing. You can't do anything yet. All you're doing is pre-registering. That's all you're doing. Exactly. You know, there's nothing. Yeah, you'll have access to the program a couple of hours after the market closes on the Friday before, which I guess is what, May the 7th. I have no idea how many we're going to get this time. I can't remember how many we had the last time. I know the time before we had 4,000 people signing up. I think we had about 3,000 the last time. I have no idea how many we're going to get this time. So it's a real it's a test for our support people, including myself. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we're getting closer and closer to that magic 3 o'clock. So again, if you have any questions for me, please fire away. Did I ever tell you guys how much I love 3 o'clock on Fridays? You too, Dreamer? Yeah, also OCGN, and I give all the credit to Zach, who cannot hear me, but I give all the credit to Zach. I actually took this yesterday. He was talking about it towards the end of the day and said, he had this feeling it was going to run and all. And I said, you know what? I was watching all this as base. So the bottom line, Homer, is that I took it here, right around 765. I sold a little bit in the post market. I think it was at 969. So from 767 to 969, held it overnight and got rid of most of it right around here at 1020. Watch it do this, and sadly did not get back in. So but of course we looked at it. Yeah, I mean the room was looking at it all day. Well, I don't know about helping with better trading. I mean, it depends. First of all, I can show you something. I don't know if this is going to help you or not. I don't know how new a trader you are, but this might help. It's a little video series, okay? Which explains a lot of the very basic things about trading. Sounds like you're kind of new to trading. So if you click on my homepage link, I just popped it in there, and you go to the education section, click here to the education section, and if you go down, back to basics, okay? The nice little video series that was put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He basically took his wife, who never has traded before, and kind of taught her right from the beginning, what is a stock? Like, what is a stock, okay? So it's really the basics. Now, after that, I mean, in terms of trading, I mean, I don't know how basic information, I don't know what you need. Well, that's just trading, though. I mean, Homer, you have to realize, of course, with something that wild and whippy, I mean, it can happen to anybody. Oh, okay, so you are familiar with that? I don't know. I don't know how we explain what a stock is. Something that can be publicly traded, exchanged between you and me, real. Yeah, yeah. Well, never enter a trade without a stop. You're going to get stopped out sometimes. You can't help it. You have to understand that it's something like an OCGN. To trade it probably more effectively, you probably have to take fewer shares with a wider stop. Okay? I don't know how many shares you took. It's not a matter. You don't have to tell me. But, something that has... The only thing I can say about this is that, this traded almost like a really super low float stock. But it doesn't have 182 million. But it is pretty whippy. So, I mean, if you're going to trade something like this, maybe if you're getting stopped out a lot, you have to take fewer shares and put wider stops. Okay? And I'm not just talking about this one. If you're getting stopped out of... The other thing is, maybe your entries, and I can't... Hard for me to help you there. It depends. Maybe your entries are just, you're chasing things. That's the other thing we always preach. Do not chase. And the problem with it is that the time you don't chase and you keep seeing it going up, 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 and you kick yourself for not chasing it. So the next time something like that happens, you say, the heck with it, I'm chasing it. And that's when it turns around, on you, and you won't believe it, and then you lose way more than you should have lost. But that's something I never chase a stock. Even though, I have to really battle myself too when I see something that's really moving. I just have to move on and not let it bother me. Hold on for dear life. The other thing you can do, I have no idea if you have practice in the simulator. So what time zone are you talking about, Homer? Because I don't see a green candle at 10 o'clock. Always refer Eastern time, okay? Eastern time zone. There's not a green candle on the 15 at 10 o'clock. Eastern time anyway. Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, yeah, I share a lot of scans, of course, but you can always adjust them. So you just right-click Configure and click on that summary. So you'll see the filters that I'm using. So for instance, you talked about large caps. Okay, first of all, you might want to change the price range, number one. You can always pick a different price range. This is just what I like to do. And the other thing is that if you search on market cap, okay, here's market cap right there. So you could add the filter and, put whatever minimum market cap you want as an example. So you can always change anything. I mean, this is just what I like to see. Okay? And don't forget to save it. Okay, save your work, because if you make changes and then you just exit trade ideas without saving your layout, saving everything, it won't remember the fact you did that. So make sure you do save your work. So you can try my bouncers toppers, Femi. Okay, you can try it. Yeah, again, you can always adjust the filters. Now, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. So one of the scans I'm sharing right here. And bouncers, toppers, where are you? I'm sure, yeah, bouncers, toppers. Okay, so it's a multi-strategy window. It's got, so bouncers, so stocks that have moved down and maybe poised for a bounce, and toppers, stocks that have moved up and maybe poised to move down. Okay, did I say move down, bouncers? So bouncers, obviously they've been moving down and then maybe poised to move up, and then the toppers are the reverse. So you can try that one. Yeah, so there may be a rule of thumb. I'm a little bit different as a trader, okay? I mean, if I see something, if I get into something, obviously you move your stop up. I mean, there's no question. I mean, you don't leave your stop. You'd never want to, let's just say I took this trade right here, okay? Right there. And I had my stop right here, okay, for OCGN. So I took the trade right, if I took the trade right here and I have my stop right here, and it does this. Well, of course, I'm not going to keep my stop here. I'm not going to let it come all the way back down and get stopped out. Okay, I mean, so yes, I would be mentally moving my stop up to like another area of support, what I consider support. So if it broke down, but the other thing that I do as a trader, and a lot of it is because I'm doing a lot of different things at the same time. I'm not just 100% concentrating on trading. So if I get into a stock and it has an immediate pop, it gives me 10, 20% just like that, I'll more than likely take some out immediately because I'm always worried that it'll just come right back down. Okay? You get something that goes parabolic just like that. Now, how much am I taking out? That'll depend. I mean, it's not like I say, well, I'm going to take out a third, a half, 3/4, 10%. Really, it's it's how I feel at the moment almost. What is the market doing? If I saw the market moving down and stock is moving higher, and yet the market's all of a sudden putting in a big red bar, that'll get me nervous about holding on for longer. Things like that, But I always, if I get a quick pop, I'm almost for sure take something out, so that I don't. So if it moves right back down again, because most of the things that I trade are, let's face it, they're trading abnormally, lots of volatility. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. Now, I'll definitely look at a 5-minute chart for some support, and a 15, both. I'll probably concentrate a little bit more. If I'm taking fewer shares with a wider stop, obviously a 15-minute chart. You see, there are others out there, like Real will have a very specific, you'll look at the ADMA and if it drops down below that, it gets out, or things like that. I'm not quite that sort of a trader. I'm a little bit more of a field trader, so it's hard for me really to teach trading in that regard because, You know, I don't have like hard and fast rules other than obeying my stop. Okay, so I had a question in our YouTube room. Can I explain a high float and a low float and how it affects the stock? I think it's time for my drum roll, my my real estate analogy. Haven't done that for a while. Don't do it. Okay, so the question was, what is a low float? Okay, so let's take a look at something that is a low float. Okay, so rail as an example. 11 million shares are in the float. Now, for me personally, I think anything under 20 million is a low float. Okay? I think he's talking about, we have the two rooms. This is the YouTube room, okay? It's the same. I mean, I moderate the same way. It's just that it's just not as active. And there's no tabs and things like that. That's what he's talking about. This is the main room. So, you know, stay here. If you're in this room, this is the room to stay in. So, the float. So, anything under 20 million is a low float. However, if you're somebody who's used to trading Facebook, you know, with 2 billion shares in the float, you might think 100 million is a low float. So it really depends on the style of trading. But getting back to rail, a low float. So that's the available number of shares. That's the number of shares available for trading on any given day. Typically, you take the number of shares outstanding and you subtract how many shares the insiders own, like the CEO, all the C's, all they own, maybe directors. If it's a larger stock, like a Facebook, you subtract mutual funds, because those shares typically you're not able to trade those shares on a daily basis unless it's declared. So in a small stock like this, with 11 million in the float, that is why a stock can go up 33%, because that is the supply of stock. And if for whatever reason there is demand, be it has an earnings release, it has some news about it, maybe it's in a hot sector, this is what can happen. So my analogy is this. If you live in a cul-de-sac and there are 100 homes in that cul-de-sac and you want to sell your home and you list your home for $500,000, and for whatever reason, and you're the only seller in the cul-de-sac, and for whatever reason, your home seems to be a gem, and so 10, 20 people all start bidding on your home. So somebody comes in and says, well, I'll give you $550. The next guy says, I'll give you $600. The next guy, on and on and on, starts bidding that house up, the price of the house up. So your house of one is a supply. Very, very low supply. And then for whatever reason, you've got the fanciest house in the cul-de-sac, high demand. So the float is like one house and high demand because of some catalyst, news catalyst. Okay? So that's kind of my analogy. And then, but of course, then the reverse happens. You want to sell your house, but then unfortunately, 10 of your neighbors want to sell, and you're all listing at $500,000, and only 2 people come in and want to buy. So your neighbor says, well, man, I got to sell right now, so I'm going to lower it to $450. And then you lower yours to $425, and three doors over lowers it to $400. You can see what's happening. You've got no demand and high supply. Okay? So consequently, that's when the reverse can happen with the high float or the low float situation. When all of a sudden the demand dries up, kaboom, they can just collapse. So just think about it as supply and demand. A low float your float is your supply. So if you've got a low float, there's your supply. And if there's a catalyst, whatever that catalyst might be, there's the demand, and that drives the price up. I mean, that's the only, you will not see Facebook. You won't see Facebook going up 33%. Why? Unless something, incredible happened. Why? I mean, it's up 5%. That's pretty good, for 2 billion in the float. But you're rarely will you see a Facebook going up 35, 40% because of the float. A lot of supply, and so you'd need some huge reason, some huge catalyst to really move it higher. Wow, look at OCGN. I hope you're still in it, Zach, and I know you can't hear me. You know what? The only one I really pay attention to in stock is the 200-day moving average. Okay? I mean, I do have the other ones. I shouldn't say that. If I can pay more attention, I'd probably be paying a lot more attention to crosses. The 80 MA crossing above or below the 20 SMA. But for sure, I'm aware of the 200-day moving average in all charts. I'm not a big indicator guy. Okay, so Chris, did that make sense to you, my little analogy? Yeah, and it just got halted. OCGN just got halted. Whoops. And you know why? Man, oh man, oh man. They're announcing a financing. $100 million financing. They couldn't wait for the market to close. Another huge pet peeve. Huge pet peeve of mine. Here it is, guys. $100 million. There's no price yet. $10 a share. There it is. $10 a share. And it's a pet peeve of mine because, look, I could have got nailed. I could have got nailed yesterday. They could have announced, but the thing is that when you announce the financing, I would rather prefer they do it after hours or before the market opens, so that when you're trading it during the day, you don't get nailed like this. If you want to hold something after hours, like something pretty speculative after hours, I mean that's up to you. And if you get nailed with the financing, so be it. You have to know the risk. During the day, I always find this is really scummy to do. That's all. I just find it kind of scummy to do, and because it doesn't give you a chance to get out of it. So, I mean, this is going down to $10, more than likely, when it opens. I mean, they could just wait another, 58 minutes. It's not going to kill them. But I was not in it, so. All right, guys, and now 3:02. You've got me $2, 2 minutes extra. Are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around if there are questions, but otherwise I'll just wrap this up. Yeah, so I mean that news came from Interactive Brokers, okay? Your broker will have some. I mean, our news usually is not as as fast as say something from. This is just Interactive Brokers, so that's where I found that news. If you have Interactive Brokers, just open the news source. I have that open all day long. Okay, Saeed, so about 2 hours after the market closes on May the 7th, okay? So May the 10th, so Monday it starts with live data, and typically a couple of hours after the market closes the Friday before, which I guess is May the 7th, then you'll be able to download the program and actually work with it. No live data, of course, but you'll be able to do some things over the weekend to get prepared for it. Prepared for the test drive, okay? Oh, I understand the concept of doing a financing, no issue there. I would do it too. I mean, I'm sure they wish they could have done it a little higher. It's just doing it while the market's open like this, that's all. Anyway, all right, guys, any other questions? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, I think that's it. All right, guys, well, thanks a lot for all the help. Thanks for the civility in the room. Makes the job a lot easier every week. I should thank you guys a lot more. So have a great weekend, everybody, and I'll open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning, Eastern time, of course. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye.